Good morning, everybody. So it begins. Yes, the day. Interesting. Okay. Uh, how's everyone doing? That IWM, though. Yeah, up a bunch in the pre-market. We'll see if it holds any of those gains. I'm pretty sure it's still above Gamma Max. Yep. Gamma Max is at 96. Although, it's starting to look a little bit more bearish over time. Delta neutral's getting a bit closer to the money. Yeah. So we'll see if IWM can hold these levels much longer. There's still a fucking obscene amount of call interest on it, though. Upside range for SPX right now looks to be, I think 4750 is a pretty strong resistance, but if it ends up not being one, we can move as high as 60 or 65. Keep an eye on vol today. If vol starts spiking, this shit might collapse. Yeah, I'm talking. What do you mean you can't hear anything? Fix your shit. So Nikkei News is a liar. Yeah, first time their leak's been wrong. Although I suspect that Japan decided last minute to not. But I went through all their signaling last night, and like 14 of their last 15 conferences between the PM, the Ministry of Finance, and the BOJ. All of them indicated a move to a higher, like a positive rate regime, and then like all of their like major and small business committees were pushing for the same. It's not really the CPI there. Like, no, the general public doesn't really talk about money a lot, right? But the PPI is bad. It weighs heavily on the business side. Why would anybody buy Carvana at $60? I'm not gonna. Probably because you're a market maker and you sold calls on it. Why did Japan cause a firm to go up? Oh no, a firm had news this morning. You can now buy now, pay later for groceries at Walmart. Bulls are celebrating the decision on Twitter. What animal spirit for silliness? What? Oh, the BOJ decision? I mean, It's not really bullish. It's just neutral. It doesn't like it doesn't change anything from yesterday to today. No. They mean quantitative easing, which is just part of maintaining a negative. That's standard rhetoric for their minutes. But that's part of maintaining a negative interest rate. Is that the real carry trade? Which so fixie dead play until next Japan data? Maybe, yeah. It looks like it's starting to turn around. So, speaking of which, I think I have fixie right here, right? Here's the thing, though. What if? And I know this is a bit ridiculous, but what if they keep? What if they keep reducing exposure? Like if we look at like the carry trade swap, like it's not, it hasn't really picked a direction yet, right? Like banks, it doesn't appear that banks are leaning into it harder, but they're not exiting it at a rapid pace anymore. This was a rapid exit, right? So, I mean, I'm not really sure anyone's decided what to do with the information yet. And if they keep exiting the carry trade, yen's gonna keep driving up. Like it had like a 1% move, but that's not crazy. Upstart's doing a thing. Probably pushing up to Gamma Max again. Or 15% above Gamma Max. I don't know what that is today. Gamma Max today is at 44.22. So that should be like fucking 50.85 roughly. Good morning, Dork. Fuck is that? Oh, that's odd. Hmm. Maybe I'll close March. I'll keep the Junes. I'm gonna add to those later. Vol's still moving up. Hmm. Let me see here. I think we try to push 50 here. That makes sense. Interesting. I wonder if we're going to start to see IWM or QQQ start to underperform here. Yep, we already have that open. What's NVIDIA doing? Big drop overnight. Microsoft down. Tesla, Apple. Huh. Amazon pulling back a little bit. Google's still going up. BOJ being cucks too. When SPX 5,000. Well, it looks like Gamma Max on SPX is going up about $10 a day. With 0 pullbacks. If we push into Gamma Max every single day, we have to go $250. So 25 days from now. What day in a row is this for gapping up at open? I don't know, 15 or something like that. KV moved also a bit yesterday after hours. I saw that. That was pretty cool. They had a resolution of some Tylenol lawsuit. New markets ebb and flow. Do you realistically see a market pullback Q1 and Q2? Look, if volatility goes up about 1% today, we'll start to see a pullback now. Q4. We're gonna hit 12K at this rate next year. Pathetic bulls, yeah. God damn it, Carl. I warned you. Fix the illiquidity on full display. Price didn't move much, and people panic exiting their March calls. I mean, I just don't want the March calls. If it's going to drag out, there's no point in carrying them. Just have till the end of the week. Should probably close them. Tesla 55. IWM's pushing up 200. Vol getting crunched again. So VIX is getting crunched. Vol's getting crushed a little bit, but it's still up. Almost testing 1700 on NQ. Pretty close. We still think this is nearing a top. I mean, mechanically, it's right at the top. Like Gamma Max on S&P is what, 16 or 47.85. IWM applying pressure to beyond. It's in there, so yeah, it could be. AMD gapping up this morning. Up 3%. It's a pretty big move. Rejected at 52. What's Beyond doing? GME up a little bit. Top's kind of interesting. Is today T plus 2? Not a lot of volume there, though. If we fill yesterday's opening gap, does the market just crash? No. Not necessarily. But there are some sold puts at 47.40. So it could drive volatility higher. But yes, I realize you're being sarcastic. Hey, Gork, Boston Consulting Group here. What's up, man? Wondering if the aggressive green days we've seen signifies aggressive red days to come. Does the pace of the bulls give any type of hints towards the magnitude of a reversion? I think the sold put positioning might, and that goes that goes pretty far out of the money. I think we're still seeing sold put positioning compound all the way down to like 4,600. And then below 4,600, we're starting to see it fall off a bit, but there's still a lot of open. There's still a lot of open puts below 4,600. Yeah, 4,600, 4,550, 4,500. All still have a ton of sold put interest. Like 65 here was what I said. Calls being bought, so they're still trying to push higher. There's resistance at 50 because of sold calls. Do you have the Greeks for Fubo? They don't matter. There's like fucking 6 strikes to the bottom of the chain. It's just not, they're not very relevant on it. I have them, but they don't mean anything. Wondering how the markets record daily volume when a stock like Beyond has days with 120% FTDs. I mean, that just means that there's failures in excess of the volume traded, which means failures are rolling over, right? So every day you've got a big pile of fails. And, you know, CNS attempts to net those fails against volume, right? So, you know, say you're short one share here, and then there's a buyer here. Those can cancel each other out. But if you don't have enough volume, right? If volume's too low and FTDs are greater than volume traded, then FTDs are going to roll over to the next day. And this is how FTDs begin to compound, right? Because you haven't cleared them all in the prior day. Worse yet is if you start netting against volume that also fails, right? Because then, you know, you net that short against that long, right? And they would cancel each other out, but the long failed, so now the short also fails. right? And then the next day, now you have a long and a short fail, plus any that carried over. Beyond his T5 today from all the volume on December 12th. Okay. What do you think they fought so hard to prevent a pullback because of this? I mean, it's not even preventing a pullback; it's pinning vol that matters. I don't really think they care that much if the price pulls back. It's just that's just an effect of them continuously selling volatility, right? But yes, the Vega risk is huge. $325 beyond shares for a pickle to borrow if you fancy. SPX 4600 by end of year possible, or would that be massive and almost couldn't happen? No, it's possible. I don't think it's out of the question. I don't even think that's a very big move, honestly. I remember the first time you made Fubo a pickles pick. You said you were buying leaps, and then the next day it went up 100%. Yep, I bought leaps. It wasn't the next day; it was the day after. But it's still, yeah, that sucked. Beyond have a compounding FTD problem, partially because of low fiber and its offerings. I think its offerings are jam packed with fiber, but also lots of oil. It has an FTD problem because it has low ETF liquidity. Out of like the top 10, actually out of all the ETFs that it's in, there's only like a few million shares. I think it's only in like 43 ETFs. Is your price target for BABA still 82? Yeah, did that finally lift off Delta Neutral today? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a better entry. I think everyone yesterday got a little spooked with the Suez Canal shit. So, but yeah, Baba's looking a little better today. Finally lifting off of Delta Neutral. So, how long did you time me out? I don't know. Whatever the default was. Dead Strata leg for Friday, 47.20. Cut for something, just hold for probably zero when we end up closer and closer to GM. I don't know. I mean, you don't need to. I wouldn't say that it's beneficial to buy puts here. Like they're cheap, but you have very little confirmation. Maybe on a breakdown of 47.40, but I wouldn't be interested in buying them up here. Hey, that's on IWM breaking 200. No, I don't think that. Gamma Max is at 196. Jimmy Upstart and Beyond were Beyblades, spun by RC JPOW and Ken Griffin. Who would you place your bets on winning the battle? Damn. Griffin. Yeah. He has more money and more power than the other two. So, well, IWM just got wrecked at 200. What's TLT doing? Probably going up, but not a ton. It's up like 77 basis points. Most of it overnight. Yeah, a firm moved up today. They had news this morning about adding a firm to like Walmart checkouts or some shit. I'm gonna enter higher on a firm, but I did enter a little bit before close yesterday, so I got like half my position there. But I'll enter more. I still think it's blown out. The excitement from the news will wear off. Imagine a company's game plan is to pick up toxic debt at Walmart's. Consumers using buy now, pay later services for groceries is a sign of strength in the economy, right? Absolutely. Is this what a bull market looks like? No, bull markets have far healthier price action. They don't have run-on periods of constant upside. Usually move up a little bit, pull back, move up, you know. This is just parabolic upside. That's usually a very unhealthy sign. I can't think of any period of parabolic upside on the SPX that ended up going positively afterwards, but tomorrow's a different day. We got assigned on 119 UWMC $6 covered calls today. I wonder who needs that shares that badly. I wonder who's buying UWMC. Our business this year has seen an increase of 70% usage of buy now, pay later. At those interest rates, that's highly disturbing. If TEP's gone over $2 a bunch of times. Until they start covering something on top, though. No, it doesn't need to go anywhere. I bought another Baba spread right at the top. Okay. Well done. We're going to top out today if 55 holds. Like I said, I think the upside range here on SPX is 60, 65. Do you think Harambe's made everyone out here miss out on the rapture? Now we're just in literal purgatory? Maybe. I have a personal buy now, pay later account. It's my credit card, and it's great. Yeah, I feel like people who are using a firm probably don't have credit cards. How's Beyond looking to you? It looks fine. I wouldn't say it looks particularly exciting today. Although, I think the forced covering on it today is pretty small still. It's only like 400,000. How much theta are you packing on Beyond? Jan right now, but I'm probably going to move it out soon. Ooh, rejection. Red candle. Are you buying long-term puts here? I have like Vega plays like June 40 4250 down to like 3800. I figure at least that way my returns aren't just going to be based on how far the market drops. Credit for people who aren't allowed to have credit. Excellent. Yes. Credit cards are how the man controls you. Sure missed the daily DD. I fucking wrote one yesterday. Get over it. If you want daily DD, become a zillionaire. Because I already write one there, and then I have to write two if I do one in the morning. So I'm up till fucking 4 a.m. writing one, and then I'm up at 7 to write the other. Fuck that. Also, Reddit's a cesspool. Thanks for shilling, Carl. 1 second. Who the fuck is... One back up. Did Popcorn Trader buy puts? Times are tough. All we can afford is free DD. So renaming it to the sporadic DD. I mean, it's fucking hard to get done, man. I'm only one guy. I have a stack of cover call cash burning a hole in my pocket. What dividend stock is worth buying here? A utility stock? We could look at like sector performance if you're expecting breadth to continue to pick up. That might narrow it down. Let's take a look. Let's go performance 3 months. So consumer non-durables still haven't really turned around that much. There might be some deals in health technology. I'd be worried about the tech stuff that's still down, although Google might be a little undervalued. Utilities. Let's move out of the Nasdaq. Hold on. Yeah, consumer durables, energy's gotten beaten up pretty bad. Some shit in finance isn't doing so great. Yeah, utilities is kind of a mixed bag. There might be some opportunities in here, but for covered call selling, I'll tell you right now, they usually suck. Like volatility on like those high dividend stocks is usually really low. Maybe something in the health technology sector. If you want to do some research there, or I would say consumer non-durables can pick up some vol. So that might be where I look. Pretty strong bounce. Let's ride. As no one wants to do anything, subsequently take the blame for crashing the market. How are you feeling about 48.50 by Jan? Seems unlikely. Every single dip. All of them. INTC been popping. Yeah, it's up like 30% in the last 3 months. I know that because I'm looking at it. Only one guy, but in your Twitter you said Pickle Financial and its employees are not responsible. Who are these employees? They don't exist yet. But if you get the lawyer to add it in later, he's going to charge you all over again. SVOL, QQQY, maybe even Tesla. Ew. No, wait, CC selling, never mind. SVOL is around 18%. QQQY and Tesla are above 50. Yields, crazy. Yeah, risky. I really don't like the yield max ETFs. Remember, do some research equals ask Gherkin. There's one employee and he lives in the couch. No, he's gone. Well, tomorrow. He's gone as of tomorrow. I think he finished filling out all the paperwork on his new place. It's cool though, because the OnlyFans chick who lives in Florida is coming here with her child to meet him. It's really sweet. Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong. She's hustling. I actually respect her far more than I do him. Has he got the ring sorted? He's very excited. This is like I'm in love with a stripper of a new age. I think so, yeah. I'm not getting rid of the cat. Although I should start an OnlyFans for the cat. That way he can pay his dues. Oh my god. Is that the smartest thing anybody's ever thought? Huh. I don't know a single guy that hooked up with a stripper and it turned out good. I feel like the mentality between stripper and OnlyFans model might be slightly different. The markets just got excited about the intellectual yet mysterious Pat Gelsinger. It just unlocks their liquidity. I met my wife at a strip club. Well, orgy, but same thing. Yeah, and see, and Carl's found true love. You didn't see my message of me singing the tune of Little Einsteins? I don't even know what the fuck that is. If you actually go back in time, Mike the Legend on the Discord, you'll find a Your Mama battle that I had with another Discord member back in like 2021 that went on for about 9 hours. Bullish flow coming in? I mean, nothing that wasn't already there. They shorted a bunch of vol. But as far as like the 60 and 65 calls go, those are the same ones. There's a little bit of volume, but it's not substantial. I've not had much success with spreads lately. Well, they suck because volatility is awful. I wonder if you're changing the positioning for call spreads, piss, and pickles picks, specifically the ones for December 22nd. Thanks. I think I've changed all of them a little bit. Most of them didn't open favorably yesterday, so I held off on them. I did enter a little bit of the firm position, but at I believe 42.50 instead of 40.50. And then Apple. No, I sold the Apple ones yesterday. Those were fine. Would I change Apple if I opened more today? Probably not. Baba's a debit spread, and no, I didn't change that one. I didn't open it till today, but I didn't change it. It's still 75.85. Affirm was Gen 19 though. So just Apple. You're just asking about Apple. You could move Apple up a notch. I mean, it's going to be a little less profitable, but safer. What is actually wrong with men? I know of one who let his wife with 3 kids, including a new baby, for some resident at the hospital. Another brought home a chick with a kid to his own house to meet his neighbors while the wife was out of the country. They don't like their wives. Women do shit like that too. It's not like, why does it have to be men? Sexist. I would argue women cheat as much or more than men. And they're better at it. Men do stupid shit like invite the new chick over to meet the neighbors. It was before Chat GPT. This downward consolidation on Baba, is that bullish or bearish? Who cares? I don't think it's really anything. I mean, it looks kind of bullish, right? It's off of the back of like a 1.5% move. Kind of like a little bull flag there. Little bull flag doing bull things. Everyone cheats. I try not to. I can relate. I don't like my wife. That's okay. She doesn't like me either. I once met an OnlyFans model at a meet and greet, and I spontaneously climaxed while shaking their hand. I guess this is why you should never meet your heroes. Alright. Can't be sexist because we're living in a patriarchy. Is there a chance to test the gap if SPX fails at some point? Sure, yeah. I'm just trying to read Baba. I have my POS just learning while I wait. Oh, okay. I find it weird that R2K only has 423 volume. What? You can use conditional orders to do that, Iron Archer. If you want to set your stop by the price of the underlying. Although I feel like you don't really need that. You can just you'll just get used to the pricing if you trade enough. Is there a chance to test all the gaps if SPX fails at some point? Well, we could move to the other side of the market maker's hedge. Which is like 4,500. I'm not sure how to feel about the pinnacle of patriarchy being J-Pow and his cuckiness. It's a sad day for men. Kind of interesting how much oil equities are being held down, considering how much of a pressure cooker oil prices are. I mean, oil's down quite a lot over the last 8 weeks. But oil stocks tend to have higher volatility. Anyway. You'd have just kicked the can then? Yeah. We took a UNG position because of this Red Sea situation. Wish me luck. Okay, good luck. Some of the sure yeah answers sound like the patronizing response you'd give a child when they ask you if they can really be anything when they grow up. Interesting. I don't think so. I'm not patronizing anybody. I do spend a significant portion of my day getting asked things I don't care about, but I'm alright with that. Like people will be like, "What's Fubo looking like, Gherk?" And then 5 minutes later, they'll also be like, "What's Fubo looking like?" So SPX bear call spreads expiring December 22nd. Asking because of the change in Gamma Max. Ooh. Do I have any of those left? I do have some. No, those are. I mean, those are risky. I wouldn't fuck with those. I sold those like last Wednesday, so they've already got quite a bit of stank on them, if you know what I mean. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. What kind of cat does the cat lady have? It's like a Turkish Angora, and then like a ginger cat. What's up, Rabbit? After Japan refuses to be proactive, I'm going to assume that all politicians wait till the absolute last second to do anything right. Is this consistent with history? Kind of, yeah. Generally, they wait until after everything's fucked up before doing anything. They're not. They're not. Yeah, they're not very proactive. Diamond hitting the 4,500, 4,600 debit spread for now. Yeah, I mean it's got like 30 days and it's already blown out. It got blown out like overnight, so maybe if we drop a little or vol goes up, I'll add to it. I've still got. Let's see, when does it expire? Next week? Next Friday? So, a little bit of time. Well, it's on DCA into Gen 2025 mega plays over the next month. Liquidity could be an issue there. That's an awful lot of theta. Gold's going back up. Nice. Says USD JPY. Interesting. Roll those forward. Yeah, we can wait on this account. How's Beyond looking today? Ooh. A little bit of covering. How are Top's FTDs this week? I have no idea. Give me a second. Not a lot on the ETF side till the today's like 300K. Tomorrow's or Thursday is tomorrow and Thursday. Tomorrow and Thursday are like another 200,000 each. The next big chunk of ETF FTDs is on 12/28. On the ETF side, 19. Pretty low fails today. About 31,000 tomorrow. Yeah, not a lot of fails, not a ton of fails on the underlying yet. What price do you think the floodgates on Beyond open up? Delta neutrals moved up to like 14. Gamma neutrals at 1206. So above 1206. We've seen a little bit of a dip in Delta over the last couple of days, which we expected with the lower forced covering. As forced covering picks up into the latter half of this week, we might see some of that call interest return. But right now, it's like kind of slumpy. If this slump period stays flat above $9, that's really bullish moving forward, though. It is still on Reg Show. Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with X. It's over unless you want to try to make money on arbitrage. And the only way you'll make decent money off the buyout arbitrage there is if some sort of risk element surfaces. There should be more covering into the latter half of this week on Beyond. And then there's a lot more covering in January. If I could say anything about these types of plays that I've learned over time, is that they tend to be pretty accurate. I don't think any of them have missed. Upstart, Bobby, Fubo, like when they get in these over short positions, they do eventually have to get out of their short, but that can take time. Those are billion-dollar asset managers on the other side of the trade, and they don't want to lose fucking money to you. So prepare. Like, it's, don't get me wrong, it's really nice to get short-term returns, but prepare for a longer haul than you expect. Like Upstart got into this position back in 2022. Upstart got into this position like 3-4 times before it finally ran. And the shorts had to capitulate. And there was some near term money to be made there, but the bulk of the money to be made on Upstart, happened at the end of quite a lengthy, like 7 month holding period. I guess it wasn't that long. It was, but maybe it was a little shorter than that, but still quite long. Yeah, it was like seven. I guess it was like 7 months. That's not shorting FSLR anytime soon. When it looks attractive, I'm gonna. So I don't know why you're asking me. I think it could maybe still go up a little bit more, right? Back to that like 186 level. Actually, if it goes up to 186, it might go back to like 210. I don't know. I gotta look at their financial conditions and see if they've actually managed to improve any of their manufacturing output. If they haven't, then yeah, I'm gonna definitely short the fuck out of it. The last one was so good. Has your PT on a firm changed, even though it's above risk? Yeah, move the fucking call up. I still think a firm will fail. Like I don't think its price can stay up here a lot longer, but it had good news today. So if you're gonna sell covered calls on it, or if you're gonna sell bear call spreads on it, you're gonna want to sell them higher up because the price is higher. Gamma max on a firm is like 47.11, so you could probably use that as a baseline. We have an 11-minute break in the trading. Green candle. Welcome back, Dork. I don't know if I'd want to have shares of the underlying. There's a lot of ways to reduce your exposure to theta besides buying shares, but if that's all you're comfortable with, I think the company sucks. But at least with shares, you can sell covered calls while you wait it out. Did GME Gamma Max change at all? Probably still moving up. Yeah. What about like it's not moving up that much, which is actually kind of bullish. But it's up 25 cents. Ooh, Gamma's starting to fall off on GME though. So is Delta. 47.50 dead, 47.60 almost dead, 47.65 next up. Let's fucking go. It's literally what I said at market open. I said we're gonna go to like 47.60, 47.65. Could just bought a call right when I said that. Boom, rich. Well, not rich, but he made money. I was thinking the 186, 190 zone. That's broad. The problem is if it breaks above 186, there's a really good chance it goes back to 200. Since the market is determined to interpret higher for longer as SPX 4900 end of year, where does this actually top out? It feels like we should have had some pullback by now, but it just keeps going. Yeah, well, I mean, it tops out if vol unpins. Otherwise, they're going to keep running away from the problem. JFresh's trend line for this week was flat week. I believe. Yeah, I think it was his was big flatty. Dropped to 50, bounced to 75. There's really no calls at 75. I don't think anyone's very interested in that strike right now. I think they were hoping to squeeze out some of the short call positioning, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Well, update on FTDs at the first of the year affect your view much on Beyond. We just got an FTD report like 4 days ago. No, I mean if it's still failing at a high rate to the volume traded, that's just a continuation of the same thing, right? Is this covering on Beyond? A little bit, yeah. I learned my lesson with Bobby and Upstart. I just get shares for the FTD plays and sell CCs. A lot less stressful than the monthlies I used to buy. Okay, yeah. Ooh, if vol gets out of control, we could plummet. There's no chance that's gonna happen. Actually, it's part of them shorting it. All things equilibrium. If they keep selling puts, vol's gonna spike. They're selling the MM longer and longer Vega. And they're getting diminished returns on their gamma. So the flip is it's just like mechanically inevitable unless they find another way to increase indexes without buying short dated calls. Which so far they've not been successful at. Oh god, turd. We're going long Leslie's pools in the winter. Is there any liquidity available to them on Beyond? A bit, but I mean, most of it's going to get eaten up by netting out FTDs. It's having a nice day so far. Volume's still pretty low. I mean, they've got like 400,000 FTDs to net off today or something like that. What was GM for IWM? 187.67 ish. It's 196 something. Thanks, Ben. I am feeling a little better today. I had no fever last night, which was nice. Are they pumping indexes through Mag 7? Actually, institutional ownership of Mag 7's been declining. But ETF buying is still pretty rampant. Mags like buying of Mag 7 pumps indexes because they're so heavily weighted. if that's what you're asking. Can I go along trade schools in some way? I don't know which ones are publicly traded, but you can probably find some. There's probably more management of your pool in the winter. No, there isn't. You just winterize it and then you're done. But really, it's just XRT buying in. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense to DCA into calls in that range. It could, yeah. Won't Yellen and Biden make sure SPX doesn't drop until after Election Day in 2024? No. Market, like, how much power do you think these people have? I mean, like, Yellen's got a lot, but she doesn't have that much. Biden has very little power over markets. Even J-Pow barely has any power over the markets at this point. That's a cheap call, turd. One second. Hmm. After that's kind of starting to look nice. Hmm. For 100 gallons of antifreeze in my pool for the winter. Wait, you have a pool? Put a line at 196.80. I thought it was GM, but I had to confirm. Okay, yeah, it's like 196 and change. I don't know, man. I showed 19k OI at 75 on that earlier drop. About 3k vol came in, possibly only about 30% sold. Wait, what are you talking about? For 75? I'm not really discussing the zero DTE side of it. But the majority of the longer dated positions, it's most of the calls up here are sold, if 50 even. What do you think about SRF or Eura? What's your cost basis on SRF? Uh, fuck, I don't remember. It's pretty low. It's like down in like the $12 range. 1 second, I've got it right here. $10.94. I'm trying to figure out if uranium is too extended already. It can keep going up for like the next 3 years. So I kind of agree with Turd that that's going to run. But I don't want too much exposure. This looks better. Hmm. Looks like they're shorting that. Cobra, welcome back to Pigeon Wheel. Thank you so much, man. What happened that was so exciting? I'm glad you paid off some of your credit card debt or got a new credit card. Are you gonna keep your December 22 bear call spreads, or are you gonna roll them to Jan on Apple? Probably keep them for like another day or so. Excellent technical analysis, Popcorn. I'll look at no video go after it got rejected from yesterday's 500 high. If it breaks 88, then 81, and then 76, and then 71, 67, 63. Rough estimate 37% sold. I think it's higher than that, but okay. How far out from mostly sold at 75? End of month, Jan OPEX. Hmm. Um, Decent amount of the 75 and 80 expire this week. Like this Friday. By this Friday. But only about 15% of the total gammas expire on SPX is expiring this Friday. Are you out of your calls? Which calls? I have a few. Beyond's up nicely with low vol. Is there no liquidity to short? There's not a lot of liquidity. We haven't even hit 65 yet. Everyone needs to relax. What technical issues with IBKR, which they only sorted out now? I have an underwater put, which I wasn't able to close. Any breakdown in sight? Sorry if you've already answered. Not right now. No, I don't see any potential for a breakdown right now unless vol moves up or calls fall off. Neither of which is really happening at a steady pace. We're seeing some profit taking on a bit of the in the money call positioning, but 47.50 and up to 65 is pretty stable. How are there pigeon whales being reborn in this economy? Some people appreciate what I do, Rims and Tims. I watched yesterday's stream late, and apparently Popcorn Trader is now president of the Pickle Jar Union. Sure. Thank you, Pickles Penne. Sorry I missed that, man. Nothing. I just didn't want to lose my consecutive months. Ah, I see. Smart. Have you discussed or even thought about it? Why a Japanese company would want to buy US steel? Why not? It's a good price, right? I'm curious if your friend is paying the travel costs for OnlyFans girl to come out. I don't know. I didn't want to ask him about it. Probably. He probably is. I'm not happy about the lack of exciting money making opportunities. Today was supposed to be you to crash the markets day. Did you buy calls at open? when I said we were going to 47, 60, 65. That wasn't bad. If this breaks down, unlikely. Where do you think it would go? There's support at 50 and 40. Expectations for beyond in the next month. Well, I mean, today's got like 400,000 in force covering. If this persists, it could run pretty hard, and may force forward the covering of additional exposure. Right? If the price goes up enough, they're just gonna start covering everything they can. And that's usually when you get like a pop. So good to have exposure, but you want to have a lot of it, or well, at least you want to have a lot of time on it. Jan 19th, SPY 415p, 200,000 OI added yesterday. Nice. Yeah, there's been a pretty big increase in OI. I'm not challenging you. It's just an interesting comparison of the results of different tools, digging into the data. Yeah, but you know how I feel about other people's tools. They're shit. KView Jan out of the money calls trading down versus yesterday after a 5% pump. Just simple vol crush or a long opportunity. Probably just vol crush. Sounds like vol crush. I don't know. I'm already long KView. I'm not really thinking about it. I can't imagine that the vol dropped that substantially. It doesn't have that much vol to begin with. Do you see UGI dipping under 23 again? Good. I thought the price it was at when I bought in was pretty fair. But I mean, I have money on the back burner to DCA more if it falls. That sometimes happens. Sometimes I sit on long plays a little too long, and then they just start moving. I know it's up quite a bit since it was a pickles pick. Yeah. It could. I mean, it's in an uptrend though. And it looks pretty healthy. But you know, if the cost basis is only off by like a few cents, don't forget about that yield, right? That can pad your cost basis quite a bit. I'm thinking he paid. Dude, he already paid it. He probably did. I hate watch. Also, win mod. Does Petridge Farm remember the last time you streamed in color? It's only been like a week. Believe it or not, I know, super hard to believe, they shorted vol. I also have eyes. No, actually, yeah. There's a lot of OnlyFans girls in circulation right now in my life. The other one has nothing to do with my buddy and his weird obsession. I don't have eyes. Well, that's really impressive then. Citron Research says Geo $20 2024. Probably not wrong. I can't hear, but I have a thought. What if all this pumping is just Tom Lee going full Huang and doing his darndest to make end of year prediction correct? So he full ports. He's just hard leveraging the upside on SPX while also lowering his prediction every month. until they meet in the middle, and he can be like, "Look at me, I'm a genius. Invest in my fund." Okay. It's hard to trade via Braille. I can only imagine. I've heard OnlyFans girls really like to hang out with streamers. Are you finally taking full advantage of your profession? No, I don't tell people I'm a streamer. It's like it's like embarrassing. It's like an embarrassing job. And they all think you stream video games. Like, it doesn't matter what you stream. They assume it's video games. Kirk is ashamed of us. Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Clown candles hurt to look at. Poor blonde person has to feel them. Oh, you're a streamer? I see you do nothing for society, is what most people think. Yeah, I mean, I've told people before, but it's always met with looks of derision and suspicion. Wait, this isn't video games. Shut up, Tinnerin. Why are you embarrassed? Is it because of us? Or you don't want them to say, oh, you're a financial streamer like Matt Kors? Well, anyone who knows me personally would be like, you're doing that for like every day? Like, why don't you just go get a real job? And then anybody who doesn't know me, yeah, is just gonna think I'm like trades. Why is Yuan falling off a cliff? I don't know, but I like that. Oh shit. That doesn't look healthy. To be fair, Gherk does nothing for society. That's not true. I overtip DoorDash drivers. I personally consider you a trader who streams because it helps you get your message out to us poors. I stream because I'm lonely and bored if I don't. I was trading futures the other night and I was like, I have no one to talk to right now. This is the worst. I've stumbled across a stock doing weird stuff price discovery wise. Oh, please don't. Over the past few days, it has a free float of 1 million. Ticker is ZJYL. Curious as to your opinion on what would cause that. Well, let's start off with its free float's 1 million. That might be a big indicator. It looks like it just ran a bunch and then is stopped running a bunch. So it's completely flat. What do you mean over the last few days? Was it yesterday and today? It looks like someone maybe covered a short position. Oh, it's probably one of those like Chinese money laundering stocks. You called me a degen on Twitter for trading the overnight session. Yeah. What's your point? You streamed to break up happy homes. You didn't have to show her the stream, man. This is still on you. Juan off a cliff being no uppies for Babo? No, that's bullish for stock, Chinese stocks. Currency down, stock up. Gherkin taught me how to sell cover calls, which is providing me with the liquidity to do a bunch of degen stuff. Big bonus for society. Kenny thanks you for your sacrifice. Why would anyone do this? Because you want to hide money from the CCP? Just randomly call someone from the pickle jar on Discord? Make a future channels in the Discord. In the Pores Discord? Absolutely not. Yesterday it fell from 25 to 11, then ran over 509. I don't care, man. Like HKD, I got the same vibe. You could try to go long and then just get halted out and never be able to sell. That's what happened on HKD. What's after 47.65? Right now, not much. Does BYD have more room to the upside today? I don't know. Oh, fuck off. Maybe? Looks like there's a little bit of resistance at 62.75, 62.88, and then 63.72. Breakout looks bullish, though. Why does corn not get digested? I think it's because there's... Well, corn does get digested, but like the inside of the kernel. And I think it's because the outside of the kernel is made of cellulose, and humans can't digest cellulose. China trade routes massively interrupted. Stock up, volatility down. Same procedure as last year. Nothing like another supply shock to start off 2024. I've been telling you for months to trade futures on stream, but you refuse because it's too risky for us. Please accept that we're regarded. You can do it now. Overnight futures are boring. And then I gotta figure out how to fucking make, well, at least some futures platform work on fucking OBS. Ugh, that's too much work. I bought calls this morning. Are you proud? Well done. Well, it feels good to actually be making profit instead of just negating losses. Well done. Nice. It's 4766. Just tagged you in a video on Discord. The beginning is so fitting. I'll try to find it later. Sweet corn fact. Learned one new thing. I can turn my brain off now. Please don't do futures. I'll lose the rest of my money. Trade futures on your other auditor. Stream TVES chart or something else while you chat. I mean, I could just use TV to trade futures. I think. What brokers do they have? I probably have an account. That's one of them. Trade of it. Trade Station's pretty good. So is AMP. I think I have an AMP account. Do some NDX or DJI contracts. You know you want to. No, I don't want to trade NDX at all. I hate that fucking thing. It's so illiquid. Do you have any good tips for remaining within your game plan? I find myself deviating from mine on occasion, and it's become costly at times. Well, your goal with any planned trade should be to execute it to perfection. And part of that is cutting risk and not renegotiating with yourself at the end of it. So you've got to stop doing that. That can be hard. That can be really hard for some people, I think. 4750 C, 6.5 to 15, first trim of the day. Now breakfast. Nice. And watching 4770, that's up 185%. Also nice. Are calls building out of the money? Not a significant number. 70s picked up a tiny bit of interest. Gamma Max is at 85. There's a little bit of profit taking coming up here, I think. I think 65 is still going to be the primary resistance for the day on the upside here. If we push up above 65, it probably won't be until the latter half of the day. Is this normal for all-time high hitting on everything? I mean, yes. If everything's hitting all-time highs, then it's normal for them to all be in relatively the same spot. if is what I think you're asking. But Netflix is nowhere fucking near its all-time high, I'm pretty sure. How can we get 20 baggers if I don't renegotiate with myself after seeing numbers go up? You can leave a couple runners after you take the majority of your profits off the table. Are we at an all-time high? No. I know there's walls, etc., but do you think with profit taking and data this week, we might be able to test 47.25? I mean, we can break down, but vol has to move up, and right now vol's not doing that. Core 1 month up, but VIX down. What do? VIX is down, but VIX 90 is up, right? And so yeah, I don't think VIX is the best indicator of vol right now. Like I think like 30 and 90-day IV are up. And they've been kind of pushing up a bit over the last few days. NQ hit it. Yeah, NQ's at an all-time high, I think. That's correct. SPX isn't yet. Don't we like need a pullback? Well, I mean, eventually one will just happen mechanically, right? If they keep selling puts, it's gonna skew the other way. It's already really close. Time for another SPX push. Yeah, we might test 65 here finally. Actually, I don't know. This might start breaking down. We'll probably see a test of 65, but I think this is going to start breaking down a little bit over the next 30 minutes or so. There's plenty of sold calls at SPX 5000. What would a healthy pullback look like? 4650? After all this, I don't know, maybe like 4500? I feel like 4500 would be a healthy pullback. Like back near delta neutral. 4550. Probably overextend a little bit. Still not a lot of call interest above 65. There's a little bit at 70, 75, but I think a lot of it's just spreads. Ooh. I'm gonna wait a second. I miss the days of Jimmy would run on OPEX and we would get all excited. I feel like a child who's grown up and seen the world for how depressing it is. Okay. I still get excited about the market. This is a particularly dull period. Look at 10x my dead 471 PS on SPY. Let's go, Bears. If we break down, will it be 4752 and then bounce again? That's a distinct possibility. Yeah. Maybe even 4755. Interesting. There it is. Bounce a little. Can they even allow FCX to go that low without blowing up their vol position to 4750? Yeah, they could definitely let it drop that low. I don't think there's a lot of mega risk until you get below like 25. There's some, but not a ton. Gork's opening a pretty too. Gork wants to lose money. I haven't opened it yet. My questions are SAX 4500, healthy pullback. I mean, some of their Vega positioning can get blown up, but I think we could pull back to 4500 without everything blowing up. If it kept going, that would be a big problem. When MM paid me to buy puts, VIX 6.9. I mean, puts are already pretty fucking cheap. You can get like an at the money put under $5. It's insane. Hmm. DDS above 400 again. Fucking DDS DD pays dividends. Sometimes literally. Is the put to call ratio being lower than the July bottom a reliable indicator for a possible pullback near term, or is it meaningless? It could be an indicator of that. You mean the top? July top? Oh, red candle, dork? You know how I feel about my red candles. Mm-hmm. But time exposure for Beyond, you mean past Jan 19? You might need that, yeah. 19C? The fuck would you get a $19 call on Beyond for? You mean 19th? Why do you keep putting a C in? Let's stop that. Like, they could rush to be covered. What's up, Mike? Yeah, they're still covering past the Jan OPEX expiration. And yes, the liquidity on further dated calls is super shitty. But there's a few expirations that have decent OI. The biggest problem is a lot of the OI hasn't repositioned very much yet. So a lot of the calls that were on the chain were, at like $7, $8, $9, $10, and those are already in the money. It's up like 50%, right? Already. Aren't you expecting beyond FTD price action this week and next? Why are you buying Jan and later? Just because I expect beyond price action on FTDs doesn't mean it's going to be realized. FTDs are not a super reliable indicator of price improvement. They tell you a lot about the liquidity environment, but they don't necessarily mean the price is going to go up. Let's look at Feb. April has better OI. Yeah. There's also the June. June's the leap expiration. June, December, Jan. Any chance I could short SPX back to 4,500? If I could have, I would have. GDP now revised up again. Awesome. I can't wait for us to be at like fucking 9% GDP by the end of the quarter. Upstart increasingly getting closer to those sold $50 calls. I think that's about the top of Upstart's potential range anyway, so they're probably not in a lot of danger. Expect this to continue if 60 breaks. Yeah, it can drop to like 55, 50. I guess technically it could drop even more than that, but that would be a start. I mean, I think everyone knows the SPX is overvalued. They just don't care. Redlining the economy is a good thing, right? Inflation tends to love it. I mean, productivity. Drugs are wearing off. Go get some rest. I just haven't had a lot of caffeine today. Good thing we aren't considering any rate cuts or anything. Hmm. Hmm. How did the BOJ thing go? No daily DD this morning. No change. Kick the can. SPX only up 45 bips. Bulls and absolute shandles. Bears celebrate their victory. Gamma Max is 47.85. uh, hmm. Alright. Don't even pretend to draw a line like that. You know where this is going. Kind of wish it would test 65 already. Best case for bulls, how long can SPX continue being levitated? I don't know, maybe a couple days, maybe a couple weeks. Either liquidity has to legitimately come in or they're going to oversell puts. I mean, that's my boss walked into the door and said the doctor diagnosed him with the flu. What an idiot. So who's picking up lunch today? People are astonishing. So now you have the flu. Is this a little megaphone? No, I don't think so. Hmm. This is boring. Stuck. And the momentum. I don't know if the momentum's bled out yet, but it's bleeding out. That's gross. Yeah, I got some debit spreads on Baba. It's mostly just traded flat since testing 75. So no profits to speak of, but I'm in a little bit. USD JPY is still sliding. I kept June. Yeah. I kept June. And I still have I don't have Jan 2025 on Fixie. But I have June, and then I have my yen futures, which I'm definitely not getting rid of. Is there anything bullish on GME, or is it gonna crater sooner or later? I think it is. I know a lot of people are bullish on it for some reason, but yeah, I think it's like doesn't have a lot of liquidity left. It looks shitty, and it's just kind of floating around on some calls that people diamond handed. It doesn't hurt it that R1K has been overperforming, but it doesn't really help it very much either. It's not a huge part of the index. Yeah, I don't think it's really floating on Cohen's hedge fund news. If we end this week green, I think it's the longest green candle streak since 2018 crash. Crazy? That's nuts. That 4760p is never going in the money, is it? I don't know. I bought it because some of the positioning is starting to break down around here. I still think we could test 65 first, though. Hmm. Alright, that's starting to turn around. So then this fails. Holy shit, this is low volume. What oil and nat gas positions do you have? Off the top of my head, I have DVN, I have ZOM. Well, I probably won't have ZOM for a lot longer, but I have ZOM. Oxy, UGI, BP, did I say DVN? Yeah, I did. I think that's about it. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I guess Halliburton is kind of exposed as well. Have you increased them? Nope. Nope. I think they're all pretty high above my cost basis. I have some in the money covered calls out on like Halliburton, and I had in the money calls out on Oxy, but they're closed. I still have in the money calls out on Zom. BP, I don't think I have any calls out on. I don't have any out on UGI either. Why not Zom for much longer? I'm probably gonna get assigned. I mean, I may not, but I probably will. I sold Jan 100s back in like September, so there's a pretty good chance I get assigned on them. Which I think I'm okay with. I don't know. We'll see. I got like another month before I have to decide whether I want to buy them back or not. We're ever getting a red day again? I don't know if today would be it. There's the momentum. Just keep doing that. Tomorrow then? Look, if 90-day vol keeps inching up, it's possible. It looks like a little megaphone to me. It's it's really not though, right? I mean, first of all, this is pretty flat. It's kind of an expanding wedge more than anything. Like a megaphone would have a lot more volume at this point, first of all, and it would have, you'd be getting like higher highs, lower lows. This is kind of not right. It's first of all, the volume's too low. It's not like picking up a lot of volatility. I think this was just like a descending wedge that broke out a little bit and failed. I swear to fuck if they buy this dip again. Ah, oh, you bitches. No, wait, no. Vic's still going up. Hold on. Hold on. They always do. I know. I know. Buy this dip. That might not be a great idea. Well, we got below 47.60 there for a bit. Yeah, we'll see if it keeps breaking down or not. Very, very slow. I forgot what a real failure looks like. What would be the target there? Back to 4,800, maybe? It didn't. It never did. We'll see. Jimmy fell off a cliff. Yeah. I could have told you that was going to happen. It's actually a descending head and shoulders. Yeah, at least it is, like, if you got here on the 5-minute. It should be like 58, 55, or 50. Descending head and shoulders always break up. They usually don't. I guess they're a little more bullish than a straight up head and shoulders, but not a lot. Oh yes, the Gronk Pront Supreme. Hey man, I'm up 29%. All right. I'm not sure shorting VIX here is the best play. Jimmy dying at insane speed here. Oh, nice. This is far more dramatic. Ooh, is NQ gonna fail? Glopo, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. I appreciate it. Who was it who was talking shit about my put? Where are you? How dare you? It was Dork? No, it wasn't. Dork trusts my judgment. Me? But I bought one. This could find support here, honestly. I guess I could risk down to 50. Okay. Stopped out. That wasn't too bad. Do I want to play the long side? I don't think so. QQQ's drop still looks kind of weak. Band filling 10. Stopped out too soon? I don't know, maybe. I guess I could leg down to 50 still, but risky. What's this? Oh, okay. Maybe we want to go vertical. How much time do we have left? It's noon right now. Hmm. No, not too much call interest fell off. There's plenty of call interest at 65 still. Um, I'm not sure if it turns around or not though. There's still some profit taking on calls going on here at just under 60, so maybe we're losing a little bit of the in the money call positioning. This could still move down a little bit. Like there's some range on it, but we'll see. 60's got a lot of interest. Probably just stabilize there. ES didn't quite sell off that hard. Although on another like upside test here on ES, like this kind of looks bearish into the latter part of the day. Blue black's a 10. Huge volume on the dip there on QQQ. Is Cohn really buying puts on Burke A via Robinhood on behalf of GME investors? There's no puts for Burke A. Burke A doesn't have an options chain. I went long short Burke when Munger died. I mean, it does on Robinhood. You mean Burke B? Burke B has options. You heartless animal. It's been doing really well. VIX fucking borked it again. What's this? Someone fix the index. What do you mean VIX borked it? VIX is going up. If anything, I would say that that's super bearish that we rejected at 47.60. Losing 55 is a whole nother story. Come on, people. Start making money. I fucking called the top at market open. I called the drop within like 3 minutes. No complaints. Security trade's unchanged, yes. But yen still doesn't look so hot. Gold has been rising. That's correct. Yeah, nothing about Yuta's decisions like bullish. It's just nothing, right? Like they're still holding YCC at 1% on the 10-year. So it's just nothing has changed. But there's more risk on the US side of the trade now if Powell were to cut. So I guess the biggest difference from a month ago is that, we're looking at potential rate cuts out of the Fed instead of just BOJ. But I think Powell was kind of counting on Yuta to do the damage for him, and now Yuta's kicked the bag back to Powell, which is awkward. VIX going up 12.47. It's not percent, it's dollars. This is the largest game of chicken on the planet. I mean, literally, yeah. If 55 breaks here, that's pretty spicy. Hmm. Too early, too late. 4,700, 650. December 29. Yeah. Like a fuck you finger formation. Yeah, a little bit of Vic shorting. Were you mad when you found out your dad was Burt Reynolds? Rest in power. Mostly just disappointed, Heath Dale. Only JT can do the damage, and once the damage is done, he guess he be leaving. If 55 breaks, it's spicy. Immediate green candle. That's usually what that means. Yeah, because they don't want spicy things to happen, right? I love when companies sunset software and doesn't retain any of the old data that, might be pertinent. Fuck my life. I'm sorry to hear you're having technical issues, Mr. Poopy Pants. Herzog? Oh, God. What about him? It's saying that Israel's ready to pause fighting in exchange for the hostages. Oh, you're talking about a different Herzog. Never mind. I thought you were talking about the overly dramatic documentarian. Let's get one of those 85 bips in 1 hour like last Thursday. Ooh. That'd be cool. Is there anything more to the 50 billion inflows into SPY over the last 6 trading days? I mean, something's got to prop this shit up, right? It's possible for SVX to drop to 25 today without the market blowing up. Yeah, that's not. I mean, that's pretty unlikely. I doubt we drop much below 50, but it's not impossible. Do you know It's a Me is phonetically super in Japanese? So when Mario says, so Super Mario says Super Mario like a Pokemon saying its name, he isn't introducing himself. Okay. Curious. That's more information than I think I needed on that, but I do appreciate the take. Okay, so unlike the other weird stock, oh god, now I don't care about your stocks. Let me be really clear. It has no options. Well, I definitely don't care about it. What do you not know anything about? Steel welding? I know a little bit about welding. Probably not a lot. Not like enough, but I know how to weld. I've welded things. Welt? I've used like TIG welders before. My first job was in a like a my my very first job was at a Target, but my second job was at an auto body shop. Welders are not typically worried about the tense of the verb. I respect your perspective, so I was curious what you thought. Okay, Crab, it's nothing against you, man, but I feel like you're just running a scanner and then asking me about every stock that pops up. What kind of filler rods bond steel to stay? I don't fucking know, man. See, that's you're getting too specific. Have you actually welded or just stuck metal together? I mean, well, a lot of the welding I did was like dent repair. It's like it's like a welder, and you have like it's got like a pin, and then the pin bonds to the body panel, and then you use like you have like a hammer that it's like a reverse hammer that pinches the pin, and then it's got a weight on it, and like a pole, like a shake weight, and then you move the weight that way, and it pulls the pin out. Spot weld, yeah. But I did like TIG welding, like with or MIG welding with the like I had to learn to do the little puddles where you make like the little weld puddle, and then you go down and you make another little puddle. It looks like a zipper. I was like fucking like 14. It's been a long time. 1700s marine biology. You want to talk Galapagos? We could talk Galapagos. That's stacking dimes? Okay. That's squirt welding. Child labor laws. It was for a family member, so those got skirted hard. I was also mixing paint, which really wasn't healthy. Sometimes I wore a respirator. Congrats, you just doxed yourself. Oh no. TIG has an electrode, MIG has a wire spool. I think I've done both. Did you make sure to go in a small room with no ventilation before mixing the paint? Yes. Actually, that was the room that you mixed the paint in. It was like a closet. One of my ex-girlfriends was nicknamed Slide Hammer. She was fun. Still think about her sometimes. I worked at a pho restaurant. It was delicious. Ugh. I'm getting 12-second unskippable ads on the app today. Google's ramping up their revenue. Their revenue. I worked at a pho restaurant as a welder. Here they go selling more calls again. I think puts, but eh. Why would they do this to VIX? They're afraid of it. Doesn't anybody find that exciting, or is it just me? You can taste their fear. Google's cost per click and cost per impression are falling off a cliff, along with Meta's average ad revenues. Yeah. You can tell this quarter Google's really sticking it to the viewership on YouTube. Trying to push that YouTube premium hard. That's our fear you taste? Oh, okay. I remember times when VIX was 30. Me too. Who knew that during recession, advertisers don't want to pay top dollar advertising to poor people? Hey man, those poor people are going to go use a firm to buy those products. YouTube can chortle. I don't have enough data to be excited by their fear. Yeah, okay. All they did was push me to uBlock. Yeah, that's gonna happen. AI generated ads for the Google machine. Calls on Google. Do other people get advertisements and what? Buy their stuff? It makes me steer all the way away. Yeah, I don't like to be advertised to. I'll buy any amount of useless shit, but if someone advertises it to me, really brings out the contrarian. I'll just never buy that product. If I feel like the product's been pushed on me in any way, never. What are your Xmas plans? Are you gonna see your mom? Maybe. I don't actually know if they're gonna come out here or not. They might. Good products don't generally need advertisements. Yeah. I mean, not everything can be advertised word of mouth, right? Like that has limited scalability. Although generally, once you get past the word of mouth phase, the product itself becomes worse in order to pay for advertising. How do you feel when you already own the product and see a horrible ad for it? Doesn't happen too often. I'm just getting bombarded with fake Elon Tesla finance ads. Surprised all the smart people at Google can't content check ads. I mean, they don't care as long as you pay for it, right? Stop saying advertisements. Why? Cheesecake Factory doesn't use ads. What would they advertise? Probably because they have to declare the calorie content of the food in the ad. And they don't want anybody to know that, like, a bowl of pasta is like fucking 4,000 calories. Soup of the day. Microwaves. They don't need to add. The fucking cheesecake's already in the name. Why didn't you warn me about buying 100 Carvana 38 weekly puts? You didn't ask me, I don't think. I'd argue everything can be advertised word of mouth. You've been shilling a 25K a month OnlyFan model to your stream the past couple of weeks. No, I haven't. I didn't give any information. I'm not doing any advertising. I mean, maybe for OnlyFans in general, but not for any specific model. Downside momentum crashed. Support. Are you gonna buy that debit spread on your screen when we hit 47.65? I'm probably never gonna buy that debit spread. I forgot to even put it there. You got to remember that, like, you guys are watching WeBull, but I'm not. What is this? Oh, This one? This one I'm thinking about. Maybe. I just kind of wanted to see how much it costs. I wasn't really gonna buy it, but go ahead and zoom out. It'd be cool if we filled the gap, wouldn't it? And I mean the one at 47.59.30. I know my Legos. I did? You told me it was a terrible idea, but I saw a slight wink. Nope. I have allergies. You're gonna buy that debit spread on your screen? The only platform you're allowed to shill is only Dan's. I don't have any kind of contractual obligation with the Dan's. If anyone wants to go long NDX at all-time highs, just remember that your counterparty is most likely smarter than you. Would you say the most likely outcome is upward grind flat until all their Vega risk expires? That might be the goal, but that's not what's happening, right? Like they're continuing to add Vega risk every day. That's the only reason we can stay up at these prices, is by never letting vol resurface and never dropping enough for any puts to go in the money. What the fuck is that? Ah, I don't burn that with fire. What's with America? You never say Legos. I could say whatever I want. Legos, Legos, Legos. I don't care if Legos is supposed to be the plural. If you did a week of Pigeon Whale only and walked everyone through every move you make, you'd probably double your Pigeon Whale income for a month anyway. I don't think I make enough money off of that for that to be worthwhile. So just the entire week is Pigeon Whale only? Why are you trying to fuck over the pores, Brett? Yeah, and hand holding. Is this how I get you to sign up for Pigeon Whale? I don't like the hand holding. It's not healthy. It doesn't teach people to trade on their own. I already do more of it than I should. My wife spends all of her money instead of letting me spend it. It's kind of rude. Does she ever spend her money on you, though? Does Pontiff factor in Dillionaire? Sure. Yeah, if you get Pontiff, I'll give you a free year of Dillionaire. After the pontiff expires. So 13 months value. She knows better. What a deal, right? You know what the best deal is? Is despite inflation and our current economic situation, Pickle Financial has never raised the price of Dillionaire. Ever. I want to buy it just for that. Worth. What's up, Popcorn? Went down? Was that your next question? It's a digital Costco hot dog? Kind of, yeah. I sent you a DM. It says went down. I didn't know how to phrase it. I'm hungry. What do I want to eat? Thanks, dead man. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. I would do a month, and then after Gherkin makes me 5K in a week, I'd stay a pigeon whale. Have you never made 5K in a week, Brett? Dad, Baba going for 75 test. I don't, dude, I got like weeks on it. I don't care. Replace made with lost, and I can say yes. How many people haven't had a 5K week? I've been here for a year and I'm still unsure what I get with purchase, so I just hang out and make notes of words I don't know and phrases I should explore. I've never made 5K in a week. What? For Dillionaire? You get access to the members Discord and you don't get a time restriction in chat. I don't even have a 5K port. Jesus Christ. I've had multiple 25K days. Those are always fun. I made 40K in a week and I lost it the following week. That's 5 ports. I don't have 5K to my name. You're so full of shit, Popcorn. Aren't your Baba spreads for next Friday? That's more than a week, hence weeks. Pickles Picks is worth subscribing to. Thanks, Greedy. I actually have some long dated shit that I need to write up this week. That reminds me. That's right. Somehow I've found value. I've lost 7K since coming here. Well, you suck at trading, though. I had a few 20K weeks. Probably not good because it made me think I was much better than I was. The secret DDS DD is coming. No. DDS DD is done for now. It's gonna be like 3-4 months till there's another DDS DD. I forgot about Nvidia earnings hedge. That shit was crazy. FOMO is the port killer. No, scaling is the port killer. Long-term plays, same like JPY fixie. No, like stocks, not currency exposure. I had an awesome 10K week and then proceeded to lose it fairly quickly when we ripped in March, April. I'm aware of that completely. Sorry, Greg. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus so hard. I went 1K a day to over holding long dated puts to basically giving up trading SPX. All right. Well, that's a circle. You'll probably go through that a few times in your life. Just a lurker wanting to get into it. Never made 5K in a week ever with 70 plus hours working in dead end jobs. I want to make the leap of faith and try trading, even just to make the same as now. I will tell you from the heart, you're probably more likely to lose money than make it initially. But if you really put in the effort and learn the discipline and paper trade and stick to it, you can. I think most people are capable of trading for a living, depending on your cost of living. But I agree. I've scaled down and it's killed my port. It's very, very hard to trade small ports. It's very hard to trade big ports. Everything in between is kind of easy. Oh no, Quinn. Shame. Shame and blood in, blood out, and all those things. But I understand. Economy's tough right now. I've scaled down over the last 2 years due to losing all my money. Okay. That's all good. Your abuse is nothing compared to the torture I put myself through when I've tried to buy puts. Instead of hand holding, would you do a handshake event? Nice try, Grim, too. I think too many of you try to be analysts, and that's like a lot, right? You're taking on too much. You don't need to be an analyst to be a trader. They're not the same skill sets. Traders just trade what's in front of them. Analysts are the ones who try to figure out what's going to happen next. And being both is a constant psychological battle with yourself. Start doing way better just focusing on the data. Trading a really big port isn't that hard. The hard part is making that really big port get bigger at the same rate as a small port. I mean, that'll never happen. If you're trying to preserve the capital in the port, you're never gonna pull that off. You can grow $1,000 port like 100% a day. Up to like probably up to like 20 grand if you got real lucky. But if you have like a $400,000 port, there's no fucking way you're netting those returns. Or you'll just be broke really fast. Because you're not going to take the same risk. There's just no way you're going to do that, right? I've seen people do it, and like the payoff can be really big, but also you have to get like a ton of exposure. You start to deal with a lot of slippage. You're not gonna just take on like big unhedged leverage. It's just fucking stupid, right? Because once you have $400,000, the last thing in the world you want to do is lose it. 50% risk of a 500k port is way different than risking 50% of a 1k port. Yeah. You're describing two things that are trading. Analysts don't trade. They just do analysis. More money, more leverage, more gains. No. I mean, you can go that route, but you'll blow up your port really fast. If you blow up $1,000 port, do you really care? If you blow up a $500,000 port, that's gonna hurt. Back to the SPY inflows. You'd already mentioned that the Jam Croissant guy needed to reevaluate incoming flows, but it definitely seems they are coming in. Yeah, I still think he needs to reevaluate them. I think a lot of them are mostly tapped. Well, that's why we're not going up 100 BPS a day or 200 BPS a day, right? Like our last big move up on the back of the Fed meeting, that kind of blew everyone's liquidity out. Like we're grinding up here, but this can't last. Like this kind of price action can't last long because it requires shitloads of put selling. But it's like systemic flows, they're just not there. Wouldn't long-term swing trading be closer to what you're describing as an analyst? No, because they're separate things, AJ. Stop trying to conflate things because you're autistic. If you can dodge a $250 wrench, you can dodge a $250,000 ball. I mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I'm sure there's people in chat who have ports that size, and yeah, sometimes you give too much ground to your intrusive thoughts and do things that you really shouldn't do. I did that a little bit yesterday. I sold like a few hundred out of the money calls. Cause, you know. Well, mostly because I could hedge them, but analysts say this is what I think is going to happen. CIOs adjust portfolio allocation goals in response. Traders achieve said allocation with various strategies and positions for the exposure. Look at you go, Dork. Trading is just the there's no analysis in trading. There's just buy shit and manage risk, right? You don't have to do a lot of thinking. Most really good traders are not people of who possess the quality of deep thought. The best traders of 2023 bought calls during ascending wedges. And, no, bear flags. Bear flags. Now ascending wedges, but it used to be bear flags. What happened with Affirm? They're installing Affirm at Walmart checkouts. Please not dead. Just sell calls higher. I don't think the news is gonna substantially change their valuation. They're still like right at Gamma Max. I think Gamma Max is at 47, so it's really not hard to sell calls on it. The deep thought is the AI used to decide on trades. Lack of deep thought, you called. The best traders are just consistent and good at managing risk. You just do the same thing over and over and over and over again, and as long as it produces alpha, you're good. Why BTU go up? Actually, commodities have been doing a little bit better the last few days. People are getting excited about China stimulating their economy. When are you going to apologize to Japan? For what? Ah, shit, my bear call spreads got blown out. I'll just make it up by selling a shit ton of bull put spreads. Best trader of 2023. I don't know why you're calling me out like that, dork, but it's really not cool. Rude. Still salty about that one, huh? For you to sell spreads, there are any brokers that let you do it with less than 10K in your port? All of them besides Fidelity, I think. The FINRA limit's $2,000. Someone asked me if they could backtest some of my strategies. I told them no. They asked, how are you going to determine if they work or not? I responded, does it make money? Backtesting, backtesting's questionable. It has some value. But there's a good argument that you'll just overfit and it really doesn't have any. And then if you're backtesting across like really long time frames, market dynamics change over time, right? And so you might have like something that's going to be a really successful strategy moving forward that just didn't perform that well in the past. So yeah, backtesting has limited use. You see any breakdowns to 45.50 in the near future? Well, no, we didn't break down below 50. We didn't even break down below 55. As far as this grind up goes, it's still got a little bit more room on it. If this peaks and ends in profit taking again, like the last high, then yeah, it's possible we'll move down. What, Wolfie? I don't know what the hell you mean. The shift in market dynamic of crushing the ever-loving fuck out of vol has definitely taken some of the profitability out of strategies. Yeah, but it adds profitability to other strategies, right? And understanding market cycles and so with experience, you know, once you've traded lots of different strategies, you'll kind of have, you know, backup plans for when market dynamics change, right? But there's strategies that benefit from a low volatility environment, and there's strategies that get way worse. Hey, you guys remember like last year, like high vol 0 DTEs? Holy fuck, that shit was fun. You could just buy an option and just keep buying it for the entire day until it went in the money. But like you can't do that shit now, right? In terms of trading SPY or QQQ, is there a single pattern a regarded trader should look for to capitalize on until they get consistent? I'm talking about something that's easy to identify and reliable. Um, uh, Generally on indexes, the two most consistent patterns are bullish reversals and head and shoulders, inverse and regular. But MACD is pretty consistent. You use MACD on like the 15-minute. That's usually a pretty solid trade. You can do like 3-8. You can do 3-8 or 4-12 moving average crossovers. Those are pretty high. I know some people who like only trade reversals, like bullish reversals and bearish reversals. Although I don't think the market's been super great for trading those recently, just because they're low volume and consistency in them's questionable. But like the V's that everyone goes on about, when those are higher volume, that's a really consistent trade. And it's low risk, generally speaking. A non-negligible amount of traders make a living day trading and swing trading MACD. Yeah. Swing trading, I would say, has a much higher success rate than day trading MACD, but yes. Usually the ratio of the time scale you're on, because everything's like if you're using like 3-8, it's based on the number of candles, right? So your look backs are it's the ratio of the look back. You actually have to adjust those depending on the type of candle you're looking at. So if you're like on the 1 minute or the 5 minute or the 15 minute. I trade MACD with 69,420. No, you fucking don't. I don't think you've ever pulled MACD up on your screen in your life. Or at least I hope you haven't. Maybe you have. What's up, Pop? Use the vortex indicator back in the day. Was it just because it was at the bottom of the list? Moving average, convergence, divergence. Can you go over quickly MACD trade would look like? Gross. Yeah. Um. So something like here on the 15-minute, right? Let's say you're looking at your like support levels. You'd be like, so you find support here after the breakdown. You'd be looking here for an entry, right? With a stop set, sorry, hold on. It's hard to do Epic Pen and the other thing. So you'd be looking there for an entry with your stop set, like 10% loss or whatever your risk is, and then you'd be like, you'd be looking for a debit. Well, it's positive, so you'd probably be looking for a debit spread at like 30 to 50 BPS, right? And then you would enter with your stop at 10%, and then see how far it goes. You'd probably stop out here, like right there. So you wouldn't actually hit the top, which happens the following day. But you'd probably go like 2 to 3 DTE debit spread. I think that's like just one example. There's a lot of other trades you can take here. Like when you get shit like this, where you have like really low upside and downside breakouts. You can sell like condors outside of your like trading range. Right. And then when you get bigger moves, see this one's larger, right? When you get bigger moves, you can go long or short. But that's like an example of one. This is another like setup right here for a long position. Not a lot of really good short setups. There's a few. You can go short like this crossover. You'd probably go short add here, but not a ton of range on that, right? I guess you'd be going short and adding there. Just trying to line it up. Sorry, I have to switch back and forth. Yeah. And then you'd be taking profit like here, right? As soon as it starts to reverse. So like right there. Which isn't bad. It's not a bad trade. It's like, you're double leveraged for, it's like 30 BPS. But yeah, those are some examples, I guess. I don't really like trading MACD very much. I find it to be kind of unprofitable. There's the Wi-Fi in a McDonald's drive-through to trade once. Is that MACD? Yes. No, I like its symmetry. You know me. I was following the Rims and Tim's Baby Bull Baby Bear Thursday Friday plays for a while, but that indicator is broken. Probably use it entries into stocks because I didn't play options before 2021. Ah, okay. Yeah. Can we talk about testosterone levels in men trending down? No, because we don't want to hurt Carl. I don't think we were ever fighting bears off with our fists. We fucking stayed away from them because they'd eat us. Or there were a lot of us with spears. And then, like, one guy would die and the rest would get to eat a bear. What's up? Have you know the Native American tribe of my ancestry would hunt down bears? Yeah, in a group, not by themselves. I think Carl's fine now that he started calling himself Daddy K. Dear God. No weapons. Who wins? Can we use destruction of habitat, or is that considered a weapon? Because I'll tell you right now who wins. Those don't like scalping their enemies. They preferred beheading them. Like the French. My grandma used to say I was related to Pocahontas, and then I did a 23andMe, and I have no Native American ancestry. Spiky Russian bear armor is wild. Okay. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Hey, it failed again. Did you guys see that? Red candle. Bob talked shit about my pork chops and got a 10-minute timeout. Just, you can time out Bob forever if you want to. $4 of downside. Take profits. Ugh. Ooh. Start like kind of bearish into the end of the day. Or we're just gonna close at 60. Hmm. What a lame day. Yeah. It sounds like they could buy a bunch of 0 GT calls and rip us up to 65 for close. Do you think they want to hold the 50-60 level into the holiday? I don't know. I don't think there's anything particularly special about this level. I think they want the price of the index to keep going up no matter what happens because they need it to keep going up. My old guy roommate had plenty of success hunting bears on his own. AUVI. Oh, there's a reason for that, right? Damn, did they just do a reverse split? This looks like some kind of fraudulent company that spun up in response to COVID and is now failing because no one's buying air purification systems. Hmm. They also haven't projected any revenue for next year. They have 115 employees. They use like UV sanitation. Reaffirmed 45 million guidance for 2023. 32-cent loss a share. Oh, they've done a bunch of offerings. Like in November. I mean, yeah, I would guess that they seem underpriced. A little bit, but they're definitely getting shorted into the fucking dirt. I would say after the reverse split, you might see even more shorting. Man, they lose so much money every fucking quarter, though. Just tons of cash burn, right? Like, I think that's their biggest problem. It doesn't look like management's doing much to rectify it. How's positioning on SPX looking like into the end of day? Still a big concentration of calls at 60-65, although they've started to shift to being a little bit more sold. I would say if we ever drop below 55 today, we're probably going to close between 50 and 60. Otherwise, we're going to close between 60 and 65. So probably a pretty flat day overall. Let's talk about this company you just asked me about. It's like AUVI. The most bearish thing you've ever seen. No. That's FUD. Although that is a complete head and shoulder. How many 1 GTE VIX calls are you buying? None. Hmm. 55, 57. Bob was timed out by Doric for 1.8 thousand seconds. My VIX play is up 20%, but I have a month and a half of theta. What do? See if VIX goes up more? I mean, ideally, they'd keep vol pinned forever, Lawrence. The 15-minute shows the beginning of a rounded top breakdown failure. It's, yeah, a little bit. Still need to confirm a lot of that, but a little bit. Hmm. Yeah, this might start to fail again here. I mean, you can't keep vol pinned forever. Break down to 55, then bounce. If we break down from 57, I would say that we could hit 50. How do I get from being poor to ascending to a stack god like you? How are you with hand jobs? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. Well, it sounds like you could probably make a career out of that then, Grim, too. Sorry, I've been away reading Dune, and it's way longer than I realized. Like the first book. How you doing, Trash? Are you enjoying Frank Herbert's uh psychobabble? I'm really late to the party today. Gert closed his Fixie 70 calls this morning or yesterday before close. This morning. My MACD 8-3 failed me once. Failed me? I'm once more financially ruined. You don't use 8-3 on the MACD. 8-3 is moving averages. Anyway. Shoot. HS broke up because of course it did. Which Head and Shoulders? This shit? I don't really. Eh. I'm more interested in this larger topping pattern back here. Surprisingly, not a lot of change in 0DT interest at all. I need advice. When do I draw the line between cutting and eating losses on a Jan 19 4550p versus holding and hoping for a pullback for a better exit? Usually once theta starts to eat away faster than the decay and the drop in the underlying. Jan 19, you're at about 31 days, so I would say unless today ends red, you're exposed to, well, today or tomorrow ends red. You're gonna start to experience significantly greater losses on the position than you already have. Snap's been killing it lately. I don't know how it's doing today, but it's up again. $17.16. They've been doing a pretty good job at turning around like premium memberships, and since Twitter and fucking Facebook suck, they're kind of picking up some business there too. I'm still holding Jan Vega plays. Is that why I'm bad at this? Maybe, yeah. Already down 80%. Jesus Christ. I mean, first off, don't let yourself get in that position. But if you can avoid it. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna start losing the other 20 faster. You can't avoid it. You sell the fucking option when it's like fix your risk, right? Like just. I understand that like PDT can get in the way of that sometimes, and you can get fucked over that way, but what if someone has a leftover 4700p for Jan? I mean, that's not that far out of the money. You mean leftover? You mean one you bought an hour ago? What's the point of a Vega play? It's a more expensive YOLO. You don't win. You never win. But yes, you do. It looks like YouTube Premium still has ads for a lot of people. Wait, what? I'm really enjoying Dune. I'm working through 700-ish pages, and I'm almost done. I should have brought the small text version so that it'd be way shorter. The first book is by far my favorite. After that, it starts to get he really dives more into the Messiah, the like false Messiah premise, and it gets really like pseudo religious. Not that the first book is without that. He was just on less LSD, well, mushrooms at the time. Dead Leg of a Straddle, where I bought more Theta on the Tootie Poot side. Oh, okay. I have a couple of those. Can't confirm YouTube Premium has no ads. I've had it for the past years. I've had it. Okay. I'll never understand anyone who says they really enjoyed Dune. I mean, the first book's got like a bit of adventure and fun story to it. I didn't like it. I'm not saying anyone is wrong. I just don't understand. I admire your 3-year experiment and trying to learn degens how to sell for profit. I really do. One of these days I'll get it. I think people did pretty good on the last run on GMA when we tested Gamma Max. That worked out pretty well. Of course, they're all salty because it's 50 cents higher now, but what are you going to do? Or, well, I guess it's not anymore because it got murdered today, right? Yeah. I'm not against the genre. It's literally all I read. I mean, I'm not sure it fits in the genre that it's a part of, but the real issue for me is once you grant your protagonist powers that make them nigh impossible to defeat, you lower the stakes for any interaction substantially. Don't worry, they'll claw it back. You and Frank Herbert are coming to the same realization. It's hard to create a god and then not have them be a god. I don't like that we broke through the top of this. Gross. I feel like you've been under the weather for like a whole quarter. I hope you start feeling better. Dude, I have. It's fucking. Don't get RSV. It just doesn't go. It doesn't like really go away. It's like you'll start to feel better for a couple days, right? Like you're kind of coming out of it. And then you get like a whole new symptom and it just kicks your ass all over again. I will let you know if I die. Trash. Nope, you just use the 3 and the 8 MA. So VIX crushed again. SPX up 40, 50 bips. Lather, rinse, repeat till Jan OPEX. Maybe. I'm not going to say that's not a possibility. It definitely is. I had RC a couple weeks ago. The cough is pretty persistent, even after you don't feel like dog ass. Yeah. For me, it's not been the cough. I haven't really had much of a cough. Like, I got lucky, I guess. I didn't get like the pneumonia side of it, but I keep getting fevers, like low grade, like 101, 10, like 100, 101 fevers, and just like chills, and that fucking sucks. But at least my sinuses aren't fucked anymore. That was the worst part. I'm like pump into end of day setup. Maybe retest 65. I still think we'd probably close in between the two strikes here, though. I have fevers, chills, 4 to 5 days. I love waking up in a bed soaked in my own sweat. Yep. This may sound crazy, but hear me out. Sleep more. When? When do you think I have time to do that, Arnold? How's 70 looking? Not very good. I don't think it's about to take off. At all. Like it doesn't look particularly compelling. Even the accumulation's not very strong. There's like a little bit of it at the low prices, but their earnings are still shit. They don't make money. They have terrible cash flows. Back to 7? I don't even know if it'd go that high. It's pretty liquid. Looks like people sold because it was shit, not because it was like over shorted. It's a pretty chunky gap they left there. Yeah. I'm gonna look at tomorrow's expiration, see what that looks like. 47.55 dead? For now, yeah, we bounced. I don't know. What do you have at 47.55? Stock restricted selling was lifted. So insiders sold. That tells you a whole lot about the future of the company. Ready for another 15, 20 bips overnight, and for me to complain and you to complain about me complaining. I'm not gonna say that the dynamic's getting old because it's not, but yeah, I think I am. I think I'm ready. It IPO'd in 2021. Yeah, I know. I can see that on the chart. It just, I mean, here's my take. It looks really liquid and like a bag of shit. Like a liquid bag of shit. No problem. Don't even fucking start Entropic Cat. We don't need to go through the colostomy bag shit again. That was weird. My brother-in-law has one. It's a sad thing. It sounds sad. I would never want one. Put all-time high this week or next. Doesn't that headline have enough weight to shift SPX's direction? The headline also has enough weight to get every boomer in existence to start pulling money out of money market accounts and buying back into SPX. Pretty awesome to get a poker table with an old guy who has one that decides to burp it at the table like an absolutely antisocial degen. Oh, that's terrible. I'm up $25 today. I'm sitting on my hands. We already established this trash. Yes. Tesla spread. It's not a good time to buy back the sold put. Double down on the long put if the thesis still holds true. Maybe. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. Nope. Probably buy more of those too. When is that? That's next Friday, right? Can you imagine what it'd be like if we break down more than $5? Didn't that happen at close yesterday? Let's do close one leg of a spread at a time, just not one side of a butterfly. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm pretty bored. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna go get my food. All right, I'm back. While he's gone, I'm going to be real with everyone. I'm losing my job in 24 days because I spend too much time on here. Irony is, I only lose money spending time on here. Does anyone know which retailers let you have your phone in your pocket so I can trade poorly at a new job? Have you ever tried maybe like work from home? I do work from home. I think Brett has a problem. Well, we know that. We're not here to judge. We're here to help, right? I think you could run and manage a rural GameStop without ever actually interacting with a customer. Is VIX going to get crushed down to 1180 by Friday? And then Monday it'll be back to 1250. You know, VIX futures are actually up. Yes, they are. They are real. Why would you think they're not real? Show me the future then, Pickle Man. Boom. VIX futures green on the week. And last week. Yes, it is. Are we still way past Volmageddon? The divergence? It's actually tighter now. This week started to converge again. So far. They changed the rules after Volmageddon to make sure that it never happened again. And every institution abides by it. Well, they didn't make sure it would never happen again. They just made sure it would be much harder to do. My 3 DTE straddle isn't moving any today. What strike is it at? Yeah, this was the period before Volmageddon. And then Volmageddon occurred. Where was it? It was like right here. This is now. It took 5 months until it happened. Yeah. That was 5 months before something that happened that spiked VIX. Actually, if something had happened during this period, it would have been a way bigger deal. I mentioned VIX futures. Yeah, longer dated index options with a lot of Vega. Yuta's just waiting for the purple to go away to pull the rug so it doesn't hurt so bad. Nice guy. I'm starting to think Christine Lagarde's the only one with any balls. Some reporter was like, has the ECB considered cutting? And she just like leaned over. She was like, no. Six months from now is October. It doesn't necessarily take 6 months. People were already trying to get... So, back when everyone was massively over short volatility products, there was a spike in vol here. Right? Which was like in August of 2017. And this started to scare everybody out of short vol. And before they'd entirely gotten out of short vol, vol spiked again and they all got fucked. August is even more months away than October. What? What were the catalysts for each? One of them was like the Asian trade thing, and then the other thing was the Trump China thing. If a northern European country had some puts and knew that a few rogue missiles into a Polish field could do, no, but the minutes aren't published yet for it. Their the rate decision was pretty run of the mill, but the minutes are published next week, I think. Thank you for the EXR pick. I'm up $30 a share. Nice. Well done. Still hold into 2024. I don't see any reason to get out of it right now. If rate expectations change, that could present some risk. So keep that in mind. But yeah, it just keeps going. I've thought about getting out of it a couple times, but it keeps going up. And it's still arguably underpriced, right? Compared to where it was, I don't know, back in like 2022. The first day I was like, I'm definitely getting out of it today. I think it gapped up the next morning. Like 1% or 1.5%. It's got a lot of shorts on it too. Which it's been shaking off, but there's still more. They get new all-time high. Boomers come in to hold their bags. What impact do you think that has on regular Americans' wealth? I mean, it depends if they get rug pulled or not, right? Otherwise, no impact. If they get rug pulled, a significant impact. Does the BOJ rate decision change your opinion on price action this week? No, I don't think it has. I think a lot of negative things could have come out of the BOJ decision, but I don't think anything positive comes out of it. So I don't know. I don't think it has a big impact on price, considering they chose to leave the rate the same. If they'd made a change, then that could have had a big negative impact, but they didn't. So, but I don't think there's any opposite side of that, right? It's just neutral. Like, there's no bull case there. It's just, it was either going to be bearish or flat. It'd be neat if Beyond showed us its secret CNOS. Interesting. That's an hour from now, so. Question now would be if we see banks continue to exit or if we see them pile back on. Yeah, if they pile back on, that's going to tighten the financial conditions a lot. We'll see yields move back up, dollar up, vol up. Very similar to the period from, like August through October. But I don't think banks will pile on until they're sure the Fed isn't going to cut rates. Charm worth anything today? I don't think it matters much. Maybe if we were below 55, but we're not. What end of 2025? BOJ has another decision next month. There's already quite a lot of pressure on them to raise rates. The fact that they did it was kind of surprising, especially given all the signaling. But if PPI continues to go up, manufacturers and exporters in Japan are going to pressure the government even harder. Is that ramen? No, it's chicken noodle soup from this place down the block. Still not doxed. If I recall correctly, there's something like 6 rate cuts that are projected in the next 2 weeks. So let's see them put their money where their mouth is. It is not pho. There's a good chicken noodle soup on every corner. I said it's down the block. I didn't say it was on the corner or on the same block even. It's not. Rip Vex. What? Dude, it's down 3 cents. Relax. It will not. Top 10 restaurants you can walk to. I can walk to most restaurants in the city. The city's not very big. You think the Fed's bribing the Bank of Japan? That's a lot. You know, the spicy food yesterday probably cured you. Huh. That shit was really spicy. Maybe. BM was great, thanks for asking. That's on PFE long-term buy and hold. As long as the dividend stays at like 6%. And they can survive once they've been cut off from the sweet suckling teat of the government. Did you send your Yuri is disappointed gift to Yuta directly? I tried to, but I think I got caught by the spam filter. That was awesome, by the way, for those of you that didn't see it. I've never bought into TAC, so I couldn't possibly add to the position because I don't own any. But no, I'm still waiting for their pipeline to slow down. I'm targeting Ideally, I want my first buy-in to be somewhere between like 12 and 12.50. Japanese visual novel end of day recaps when? Never. Lombardi's in Little Italy? It's okay. It's kind of a tourist trap. Go straight to the source and just lick the chef's hands. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of really good food left in Little Italy anymore. Near Little Italy, probably Scars. It's not that close, but it's kind of close. Or Prince Street. I guess they're like equidistant. I'm trying to support the channel. I want to send you 1-800-Flowers from the ad. I just need your address. Thanks. I'm good. I'm allergic to plants. Thanks, though. I appreciate that. It's very thoughtful. Selling 70-75 bear calls spreads safe for the day on SPX. Could be. Are they even worth it now, though? Yeah, it's actually not that bad. Oh, those are... That's the wrong day. That's why. um, they're 25 cents. You get a little change or you lose $500. I'm sorry, $470. Today's first, upside profitability or volatility control. I think you're talking about two converging things. I was Bostic back on the fucking 2% inflation thing. Jafer said they're setting up for a mega reg. We're getting close. 90-day vol is still ticking up. I don't have a waffle maker. Is that something I should buy? I don't really like waffles. I mean, they're better than pancakes, but they're infinitely worse than French toast. No, don't waste your space. Is this looking weak? No, not particularly. That rug could be in 2 weeks, though. Yeah, it could. Remember, get the waffle maker. Remember that discussion we were having about the popcorn machine? Chicks love waffles. Yeah, I thought long and hard about the popcorn machine, and I determined that it would just be really weird to own an industrial popcorn machine. Um, Chicks might like waffles, but I don't want to make them breakfast. And then B, they like French toast with Grand Marnier way better. New York City needs a local business that delivers you an appliance. You use it that morning, they pick it up later that day. I have one of those big, like, metal racks, like storage racks that you buy at Costco, and it's just filled with stupid kitchen accessories and like way too many carbon steel pans. Weirder than your industrial freezers. Those do take. They have quite a footprint. Um, no. The chicks will see the waffle maker and be so impressed they'll make you breakfast. Bullshit. In my like, let's see. I've been back in New York for 7. In the last 7 years that I've been here, back here, I've never had one person, one girl, make me breakfast. No, that's not true. One of them made me a bowl of cereal once. But it was just because she wanted me to try her fucking gross bird food cereal. If I could get a chick back to my mom's basement, I would make her waffles. If they're not inspired to make you breakfast, that means your waffle maker isn't impressive enough. Make is a stretch for a bowl of cereal. Well, I think she made the cereal. It was gross, but it had like, I don't know. She combined shit together. So it was technically made. Like it didn't come out of a box. Maybe you give off a don't eat breakfast vibe. That's on you. I mean, I don't like to eat breakfast. Because you date girls, not women. Huh. Maybe. Sometimes when the boxes are almost empty, I mix them together. That's disgusting. I could give him like a little shoulder, you know? But that's all he's getting. Be in your bunk trash. Assemble some furniture. I think there's a reason for that, though. It's it's not like an accident, right? It's because I'm wildly immature. And women say things to me like, "Where do you think this is going?" And how come I haven't met your parents? Do you have a 401k? Ugh. They do. They do say these things. Women over the age of 30 start getting like really arbitrary rule sets for dating. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, they know what they want, right? But I'm a free spirit. I don't like to be I don't like to be burdened with other people's problems. You're not a woman, Jen. We've been over this. This is the internet. There are no women. I'll pretend to be your dad if you need. I know what I want. I know I do not want to meet parents. I used to do cereal trains with my friends in college. We'd all meet at a house, line up our cereal, and then run a train on them. Okay, this is now we're getting too close to booty looping, and that's popcorn trader's area of expertise. Ooh, I also want to be. I don't have a dad, so any of you could be if you want to be. 30 plus women rule sets example. My wife's cuckoo friend from college wanted a man with six-figure income, six-pack abs, and was a trained vocalist. Opera or Broadway musicals specifically. Huh. Really, really push and pull there, huh? Tips touch? Where? You can DM me anything. Have the Milkman D and Frosted Flakes ever met up in real life? I don't know. Search Pornhub. They're gonna force it up higher into end of day. Seems more likely than a $5 pullback. How would everyone feel about we close at 47.62? In New York City, 100K isn't even that much. It's true. I hmm, nah. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. So I went on a date yesterday. Kind of a date. Well, not I don't know. It was a date. It was we hung out, not sexually, just like in a public place. Um, and she immediately disclosed that she has an OnlyFans, but she's kind of mid. Yeah. So, and I've never had anybody tell me that they had an OnlyFans before. My first instinct was, "Do you know my friend?" But I didn't. I didn't go there. Um, I haven't looked it up. I've not done that. But that's her only job. She's not a barista. She was just hanging out at the coffee shop. I thought she worked there. Just like I don't know, cute, not hot. You know what I mean? Like guys know what I mean. Do girls have those definitions for each other? I don't know. But I'm really curious because like if she has some kind of following, it's got to be because of talent, right? Does she have abs and opera skills? I don't know. I didn't ask. That would have made me look immediately. How have you not? Well, I don't know her username on there. So I'd be going in blind and then out of respect, I don't know. What if that'd be weird if you already saw someone naked before you saw them naked? That's like that's not cool. It's an oversaturated market. You sell what nobody else has. She's either a dom or can do anime voices. I'm not either. I'm not into either of those things. She's a day trader, but uses OnlyFans as her go-to to explain what she does for work. Hmm. I think there are a lot of OnlyFans girls in my area. It's a way for poors to make money. I figured it would have been something that I would have run into before now, but I haven't. This is my first foray. She's successful because she advertises to everyone she meets. It's not like I'm gonna sign up for it. Her talent is Lois Griffin impressions. Oh, I couldn't listen to that. Let's say she was a chef. Would it be weird to eat at her restaurant? It's a bit the same. No, it's not. I watched a video on this whole uwu thing the other day. What are y'all smoking? I think there's a subsect of men that are into infantilized women, or are they just like big titties? I don't. It's probably both. Maybe she's low grade. I mean, it pays her bills. So let's do some stiff competition on there. People want human connection, Dork. Noted username face. Also femboys, yeah. Bro, she's really 9,000 years old. Ow. They're called chads who don't like women being smarter than them. The average monthly income for OnlyFans is $150 to $180. No shot she's making money. Apparently. I guess, I mean, she could be lying, but then she's got to be paying her rent somehow. Who doesn't like Tig Bitties? Am I right? Yeah, you're not wrong. If it pays her bills in New York, she's doing okay. Right? That's what I'm thinking, right? And so, like, I don't know. She's making 15K a month off your buddy? No, that's some girl in Florida. Did I tell you that they're meeting up next week? She's bringing her son, who's 4, to meet him here in the city. They're gonna be a classy family. I really hope it works out. I have a 4-year-old. You don't want one? I would imagine escorts do stuff on OnlyFans too. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that, but there were no services offered or proposed. She was very matter of fact about it. She's just like, you know, just straight up. I haven't told other guys in the past that I do this, and it's turned out really badly. But I'm an OnlyFans model. That's what I do for a living. And I was like, okay. I mean, thanks for being so forthright. Thank you so much, Swill. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to Cornishon. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? No, she kicked him out. Because he was spending $25,000 a month on OnlyFans. That could be a turnoff, so she's not wasting anyone's time. I guess. No, I didn't tell her I was a fucking YouTuber. No. The guy's that's a whole nother situation. That's my buddy. He got kicked out by his actual girlfriend for spending 90% of his salary on some OnlyFans model in Florida. He got a new apartment. He's leaving my apartment. I'm done with that. That's over. This is a totally different situation. She's actually Matt Core's sister trying to get at you. No, she doesn't look like Matt Kors. Stop being ashamed of us, Gherk. I can't help it. Did you have a wife, kid? No. No, I don't. She's after your alpha. You're saying she works for Kenny? I saw a job posting today. 10K a month for being a PA for a PF girl. 5 hours a day max. Did you apply? What if you co-streamed? You do stonks. She does OnlyFans. I'll lose all my viewers. Immediately. You need radical honesty, and let's be honest, an OnlyFans girl is a perfect match for a YouTube streamer. How? OnlyFans is not publicly traded. Tinder's getting wise. They've got a $500 a month tier that gives you a little badge. Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for that. It filters out the pores. It's kind of cool. If Pickle Jar ever finds out her username, her subs are gonna skyrocket like beyond weekly OI. If she put her feet up on cam next to you the whole time, it could work. Hmm. You won't lose me. Thanks, Tom Tom. I know. Tinder whales. Could our membership give a discount for the other if that happened? It's not. That's not happening. Okay, let me be very clear. This isn't going anywhere beyond my own morbid curiosity. You have to show a bit more shoulder to compete. Yeah, I'd have to probably show a lot more than that. How's positioning look into the end of the day? Like there's a lot of calls at 60 and 65. If you go with paid Tinder, all you would find is cougars. I need a sugar mommy. Do you imagine? Can you imagine the degenerate shit I would do if I wasn't gambling with my own money? Whew. Yeah. Take mine. What's her net worth, Cobra? Could you imagine how rich she would have to be your sugar mama? Yeah, there's lots of divorcees. I don't know what you're on about. Start a new site, call it Only Stocks. 500 credit limit. The only sugar mama for Gherk is Lisa Sue. Might be true. It's hard to find someone 500 million net worth than 5 million net worth. I mean, sure, but not in New York. This is where you hang out, right? Are you saying only divorcees have money? Do you have money, Jen Jen? If she was richer than you, she would be a silver cougar. But you're too rich for boomer mommy. I'm a divorcee with no money. There you go. Well, a little money. Sugar mama money? VIX ascending to new heights. Wow, look at it go. Yep, up a whole 7 cents from its low. Riveting. Divorce is half the assets. Widows, on the other hand. Ooh, now you're talking, Yaga. But that's difficult. Rich guys don't die as easily. I have money, Gherk. Just saying. Yeah? You want a 30-something-year-old man-child living in your house? It's a valid point, Gus Gus. It's more than that. That's the concurrent viewership. There's like 2,300 people that come in every day. And then they spend the rest of the day on OnlyFans. I have credit, Kirk. Lots of it. All right, here's the deal, though, Carbra. I'm not going to trade your port. Like, I'll laugh at you when you fuck it up, but I'm not going to trade it for you. Am I literally the only one in here who's never been on OnlyFans? I've never been on OnlyFans. It seems stupid to me. There's free porn all over the internet. Does the sugar mommy get to see any returns? I mean, physical ones, yes. There'll be physical deposits. Do they have to hear the words sugar mommy? Oh, yeah. All the time. I can't even afford Dillionaire. Never mind OnlyFans. After 23 months of recklessly ignoring your financial insights, I've finally turned the tide. I admit I'm still poor. Ignoring your advice led me down a path of financial struggle and increased shame. Today, I've made money. Fucking A, Innate Cairo. Well done, man. Also, good to see you're still around. How you been? I mean, besides the financial struggle and increased shame. My old roommate made an OnlyFans, and all of our friends subbed to him because you gotta support your bros. That's true, yeah. That's the whole point of a sugar mommy, being able to call him that. Yeah, exactly. I really wonder what ratio of people here are green versus red. I don't know. I don't want to know. Yuck, I hate it. It's as bad as Daddy K. Here's a question. You know the candies? Sugar daddies? They have sugar babies, but there's no sugar mommy. Blood red. Is my wife my sugar mommy if she provides half of the degen capital? Yes. Well, sugar significant other. I guess it's a pretty equal relationship. I don't know. How much of the money do you lose? Do you lose more than half of it? The mommy always dies in the first act. Haven't you seen a Disney movie? Yeah, Walt Disney had some serious fucking issues. His mom died. That's why he was like that. No, not has. He doesn't get spoken of in the present tense because he's a human popsicle. Also, kind of racist. Less racist than a lot of other Nazis. Yeah. That bar is paint on the ground. Yeah, that's true. Will we ever have a red day again? We had a red day on Friday, I believe. No, sorry, Thursday. Last Thursday we had a red day. That doesn't count. That's gray. No, we were down 26 bips. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Friday. We were up 26 bips on Thursday. We were down 1 bip on Friday. My soon-to-be ex-wife is just my wife again now. Oh, nice. I also paid off all my payday loans. I still think she's more financially irresponsible than I am. Thinking about a short on IWM around here. Or I think it breaks 200 finally. I mean, I want a short IWM. Why did RC use GME money to buy the SPX and make it MOASS? He didn't. How much on average do you make from each straddle over the last month? It varies, but I mean, I think the average. I don't know. I don't know about the last month. I haven't calculated it, but the 3 months prior to that, the average was 8.7 something percent. But that's per day. I mean, that's pretty cool. Have any of your friends or family asked you to manage their money, and would you? Yes and no. Fair warning, I bought IWM puts at 198 the other day. Alright, so I'll just get more theta and try to get under them at like 200 or 201. So I fired my CPA earlier this year, you told me. Then I hired this new guy with a Somalian degree. I'm not regretting it. I'm going to get a huge refund by him depreciating my land. Well done. See, this is what happens when Somali University alumni stick together, Popcorn Trader. Where's the red side of my straddle always end up being more green? More than the green side of my straddle. Poor entries? I don't think it's necessarily poor entries. You probably just aren't sitting on them long enough. Are you trying to tell me you haven't set up your mom's port? Lies. I don't know if my mom has a port. I got timed out. Was that for the Daddy K comment? Is Carl here? He's the only one who would time you out for that. I have 3 interviews tomorrow. Are you taking X-Locks tonight? How are you going to shit on that many desks in one day? His name's weirdly familiar, though. Have you heard of Rudy Giuliani? No one likes Daddy K. I'm trying to help you. His wife already told him this. A gallon of Greek yogurt? That'll do it. Can they let Beyond run to 15 already? Ah, no. I like Daddy K because it sounds like the Aldi brand of Special K. Aren't those just called like Iron Flakes? Because they're German. That wasn't a great joke. Hmm. It was multifaceted. I rescind it. Iron Flakes is my new band name. Thank you. Subgoric, so for tomorrow, probably push up to 46.75, 47.75 by late morning. Trade between 70.75 the rest of the day. Well, unless vol keeps moving up. I'm going to point out again that 90-day volatility is still rising. VIX futures are up 100 bips. The hands are on the rug. I don't know when they're going to pull it, but they're there. So the other day I was talking to my wife about what to do for Colonel's college fund. I'm glad you went with that name. It was a good choice. And I'll be darned if she didn't think VXX 80Cs were an appropriate investment vehicle. Did you tell her about the tax conditioning? Can you also make 8% a day on QQQ straddles? I don't know. That's an average. Remember, that's an average. There are many days where I make far more than 8%, and many days where I make like 3%. So that's a 3-month average for the third quarter. The first quarter was actually a little bit better. I think this quarter will be good because straddles are so cheap. About the Mullen dip, and it keeps dipping. That's because it's not a real company. I refinanced my house this week, and let's just say the bank bent me over when the stock market crashed, so they can at least give me a reach around. Why did you refinance your house? I don't want to know. Taxes don't apply to me. SPX is crashing. I mean, it's not crashing. It's at 47.60. Can you walk us pores through how you straddle? Yeah, I've done this like a million times. So you pick a price, right? Say 47.60. Right? And you buy a call and a put. And then the next day, depending on where the market ends up, right? So let's say it opens down. Then you can sell the put, put a stop on the call. And then if the market reverses, you can sell the call. Boom. Money. Or the market keeps going down, call stops. Made money on the put. Stops depend on implied volatility. Theta, 3 to 5 days usually, sometimes more. You also adjust them, so they're not always 1-to-1 ratio. Sometimes they're like 2-to-1 or 1-to-2. I think I just learned enough to start a hedge fund. It doesn't scale that well. You can run a hedge fund off it. Looking like we may give up 60. Yeah, maybe we could retest 47.57 and then bounce back to 47.62. Unfortunately, without a pullback, I don't have the money to straddle. No, they need to be. Depends on how much theta you have, but I mean, generally your stops need to be looser as IV moves up. How much money do you typically put into your straddles on average? And how much do they print? It's generally like 2,500 to 3,000 a contract, 50 contracts a night. So it's like, let's say 2,750. So it's like 137,000 in margin every night. And like I said, the average for last quarter was about 8% a day per trading day. Your likes are low. Well, you know, that's not my fault. Should have done that 50, 60, 70 iron butterfly this morning. Thanks, Dave. Too many red candles. Engage dip buy. QQQ has 521,360p and OI. They're probably all sold. I was diamond straddled midday today at 60 with Friday expiries. I still can't decide if I want to roll out 1226 here in 35 minutes or just see where the market goes at open. Well, just remember that the spread for profitability is going to widen the less time you have. If funds are selling super far out of the money contracts for end of year to pad their margins or just to get yields. Oh, look, crime. Wait, where? Are you talking about the VIX? There's nothing criminal about that. Wait, Randall, you were part of the PP show? Now, I know you bag-held some Bob BBBY, but what the fuck, man? Did you tell them that they were fucking delusional? Well, they're not delusional. They know what they're doing. But the people who listen to them are. BYNDIV has been crushed a fair bit this week. You think they keep it flat and get it even lower? It hasn't been crushed that much this week, but they are trying to get it down, yeah. I used to argue them about TSO and how there would be no gamma squeeze, etc. I tried to save a few PPs from Doom. I don't think anyone listened. No. But they did pay him $125,000 to let him slap them in the face with a dildo. Pulte said we're going to be more influential than Goldman. His grandfather must be so disappointed. What are the choices to make when dealing with potentially underwater cover calls? Close and roll out or get assigned? Yep, you've nailed it. It depends on how wide the spread is. You can try to collapse it, but you're probably not going to get a favorable fill. No, you won't get a favorable fill if it's deep out of the money. That was the easiest 0 DTE money I've ever made. Did you buy the dip? It only went up $2. How much did you make? Alright, not bad. Can Upstart breach pass 50 before Friday? I don't know what Gamma Max is going to move to. I think it kind of already ran into the top of GM today. GM's also kind of flattening out on it, which is probably not a good sign. Don't ask me about my 2Ds. Okay. How much did you say VIX futures were up? 108 bips. Are 2Ds calls now? I can't keep up. No, they're puts. Wait, what was the high for today? 47.64.19? Oh, sorry, I was off by 80 cents. Fuck you, that's a failure. That stupid program. I guess I still have time. I don't speak popcorn. No one does. How much diversion does there need to be between VIX and VIX futures for something to break? Well, it means that the expected price of volatility in the future is higher than the price of volatility now. I'm so bored. Have you ever tried selling a butterfly and then just watching it bounce between profitability and unprofitability? That's a fun way to defeat boredom. But become the Vega cuck. I own the bottom 1/3 of the put chain. Literally the only long position on SPX are my 2Ds. I'm sorry to hear that, Russell. Oh, question? Secret penis. Yeah, I see that. I just read it. Earlier you said the hands are on the rug. It just hasn't been yanked yet. That was a euphemism, right? Okay. What was more... I was more wondering if SPX will go down at all in the next 2 weeks. There's a solid chance that it could pull back, yeah. Provided we're able to break resistance to the downside and volatility goes up. Otherwise, no. Solid chance, same like now. I would say that it's better than 50%. They're selling a lot of puts. It's pull back to what? One downside gap? I was thinking like 4,500 is possible. That seems like a very reasonable pullback. Pull back to 4,500, gonna destroy the chances of beyond running. Maybe. It'll provide some liquidity. I don't think it gets rid of the chances forever, but it could definitely slow down the realization of upside. The price is within $1 of when I left. JPM, if you trust these guys with a collar on the market, said that hinted at negative 8%. JPM said a lot of things. JPM said recession beginning of 2024. They said recession end of 2023. They said SPX to 4,500 next year. They've said that the market was going to crash 30%. So, I don't know. It's hard to believe them. Since 10 a.m., we've traded in a $10 range. Yep. So my prediction from this morning held true. 60, 65, and then stuck there unless something breaks down. Here we are, stuck there. In the middle with you. These 40, 50p is going to print. Probably not. $1K to $1 million. Probably blow it up. The chances of even keeping a 1K account alive are pretty slim. I have faith in you. Thanks. We're just gonna get pinned till PCE. Or drift up. Yeah, probably. I'm thinking more drift up. We have GDP. GDP is tomorrow, right? Fubo broke the wall. What wall? 350? Eh. Clearly, no one cares about GDP. That's not true. It's gone up like 400% in the last 3 weeks. GDP's Thursday? Oh, lame. Let's see, what's tomorrow? We have Great Britain inflation. U.S. current account, Q3. Oh, we have consumer confidence tomorrow and existing home sales. Those are kind of important. We got long-term tick flows tonight, too. Japan has balance of trade. Rate decisions out of China at 8:15. We got a 20-year auction tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I don't know how much it's for, though. Mm. 13 billion, so yeah, not very much. Oh, we also have 5-year tips. 20 billion? When the fuck is that? $21st. Okay. So if we were to get any sort of breakdown, more likely to begin overnight? I mean, not necessarily. Or for Madrid to drop during the trading day? Possibly. I mean, they can also just sell enough puts. If they sell enough puts and vol spikes like 1%, the hedge flips, so. So you're saying selling spreads with 75K, if done right, someone could make over $1 million per year on spreads? No. I mean, you could, but it'd be tough. You're gonna face a drawdown at some point. I mean, yeah, okay, theoretically, but I mean, you're gonna get hit with a drawdown, and it's gonna hurt. You need a really flat fucking year. Maybe this is the year for that though. Fucking just 40 bips a day. Jimmy's a sack of shit, Lewis. How possible is it to make $1 million with a 50K port? What's the best strategy? Hypothetically, of course. I mean, it depends on how fast you want to make $1 million. The best strategy is not losing your money. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about hitting outsized returns year over year for several years. It's unlikely. I wonder who this guy is. Is it true that most hedgies can't even beat SPY? I mean, successful ones beat SPY, but there are funds that underperform SPX. I mean, SPX is up like 20% this year, 30% this year almost. That's tough for even Kenny to beat. After I win the lottery and buy Pontiff, will you meet me in Persia and show me the significant places of your childhood? No. Persia doesn't exist. And it hasn't existed since before I was born. Couldn't I have just full ported SPX calls every day for the last couple of months and be a millionaire by now? Sure, yeah. Wouldn't have even taken that long. You could have just done it for like 5 days in a row in November. I don't have a dagger that controls time. If I buy Pontiff, we're picking up Dork and we're going to Chuck E. Cheese all day. Alright, deal. Persia, Idaho? Or is it Iowa? Iowa. That's wild to think about that. Yeah, you can trade a lot of things in the past and make tons of money. I have a dagger that's afraid of the dark. Okay. Persia is just the Greek word for Iran. Same way Nippon is the Japanese word for Japan, but we call it Japan. Fine. I can't sheath it or stab someone with it because it gets anxious. So you just have to have it drawn all the time. Any spicy SPX plays for the end of the day? No, I kind of think we're going to close here. Remember like an hour and a half ago when I was like, I think we're going to close at 47.62? I still think that might be true. We're going to drift up 20 bips overnight. Maybe. Are they not going to even attempt 65? I think most of the 65 calls are sold. But they might. They might try to gun it to 65 before the end of the day. But it's not really enough range to do anything with, right? You say there's no spicy plays. I just made $50 scalping a $2 move. Checkmate. I don't feel checked or mated. Sounds like FUD. I haven't made any trades. I have some bull put spreads that I sold, and that's about it. Mm. Explain pants like I'm 16, but I have a learning disability and I'm French. Baguette sack. Baguette sacks. Plural. Those are briefs? No. 2 baguettes. Always sack your baguette. This is what I will teach, Colonel. Excellent. We're still looking for 48.20 on ES. I wasn't. Are you? Doesn't mean when a stock's price continuously rejects a VWAP that there's no buyers? No one's coming in to buy at a higher price? What does it mean when SPX goes up for 2 months straight? Clown market. It means buy the fucking dip. Here we go. Rocket launch. Ooh, this is going to be exciting. I can't wait to test 47.65. Maybe we have some OI for tomorrow. I should probably check that. Look at how tight the EMAs are on QQQ. That's boring right there. I feel like that's true across the whole market. What's tomorrow looking like? Ooh. Tomorrow actually looks kind of weighted towards 47.50. Yeah, 60 or 50, I guess. Fickle Pickle Tickler. I can't believe I spent the last 2 years watching you. Year 1 was me front-running the recession because of your macro analysis. Year 2 was spent reading the recommended books. Year 3 will be piecing this all together. Thanks, Dad. You got it, man. Thank you. I'm not buying any more dip. What's the sound of call buying and put selling? I can't wait to get back to 47.62. I've had 5 different people from the IRS attempt to get in contact with me, and not one person has purchased Pontiff. How does it feel knowing I'm more popular than you? I guess I'll live with it. It's not ideal, but it's a book list on the subreddit and the wiki. Joke's on me. My little scalp would be worth 600 right now, but still exciting. Checkmate. Still in training. 15-minute to expiry goodies, though. I mean, that looks exactly the same as the stuff before. God damn it, Dork. Are we dead? No, I don't think so. Well, maybe. This could be, like, limbo. Purgatory? Did you commit any sins? I didn't. I'm ready to cast the first stone. Do you have an update on the affirm play? You can sell cover. You can sell call spreads higher. Yeah, I mean it's still a play. Gamma max is at like 47, so it's actually arguably easier to sell call spreads in the higher range. I was excited by those IWM shorts. I don't know. I'm torn. Oh my god, Todd has a song. We tested 47.65, just like you said. Shocker. That's okay, we're back at 47.62. Everything's safe. Natalie and Bruglia torn? Yeah. Isn't the guy's name of that song Todd? I need to look up the lyrics. Somebody asked me a question. I don't remember what it was. You'll have to ask again. Okay, never mind. I'm way off. Yeah, so I thought she says I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn, but for some reason in my head I was thinking she said the perfect guy is Todd, but Todd doesn't have a song. I'm gonna look that up. Songs about Todd. There's someone named Benjamin Todd. He looks like a dipshit though. You're a little late. I'm already Todd. If you get replies from Alex Jones on Twitter, that's me. Oh, okay. The Alex Jones parody account. George Carlin has a stand-up piece about guys named Todd. Why don't we listen to music anymore? When did we ever fucking listen to music? Info on IWM puts. IWM puts. Oh, was that what the question was? Hmm. The question was, are we in purgatory? I don't know. I played Chicken on a Raft on a loop while watching the stream. See, this way you guys can pick your own music. The day we got demonetized, I remember that. We got the $1,000 Ko-Fi for your weekend date. Oh, that was a weird one. Yeah, I remember that. Bubba Tap 76 gets slapped down to 75.3. Oh no. I remember one day we listened to music and YouTube nuked the stream. It'd be really cool if you could stream somewhere and YouTube wouldn't do that. Did I listen to Making My Way Downtown, Walking Fast song that day, or was that just me? I think that was just you. I'll never forget Moana. That shit was crazy. I've never forgotten Moana. No one has. It's still a meme. You can't make money off us that day. No, I'm pretty sure even if the stream's demonetized, you can't play copywritten content. So every stack did well today except for Beyond. No, that's not true. Amazon did poorly. Uh, so did EPAM and Nvidia and Costco. It was the peak GME streaming period. Shit was crazy back then. I vividly remember listening to Cisco for an entire stream that one day. The Thong Song? I do believe that members only streams have different copyright requirements. I could be way wrong. I think you might be. I don't know, but you might be. I do think I could pay for the rights to music, though. I don't know how to do it. But that's what I tried last time. Like I tried to use their music fucking like you pay for the music thing and then it lets you play music and then it didn't let me play music. Yeah. I can't play it. Oh well. Seven goddamn hours with about an hour worth of breaks in the middle. That's what I do every day. Except the breaks. Apple is moons. So is VIX. Look at VIX just skyrocketing. What's Apple doing? Ow, that's not that big of a deal. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know. My 47.62 close. Turn back around. Yeah, there we go. It's so sad when VIX skyrocketing means VIX to 1250. Hey man, that was a serious move. VIX can't break 1250. Those are the rules, right? Have you seen the daily DMI for SPX? It's ridiculous. I'm sure it is, yeah. Maybe it's because for like 36J straight, it's had nothing but positive returns. Why the fuck wouldn't they get the next strike up in the money? Well, a lot of the calls at 65 are sold. So, I mean, they can try here, but they might fail. That was 17 cents. Alright. Gamma Max is 47.85. What makes Gamma Max move up? Positioning of calls on the chain, largely. Out of the money sold calls generally move it up the most. Sometimes out of the money bought calls, but they don't move it up as much because they're generally fewer in number. There's a different gamma max for every expiry, and that's part of why I believe in a multiverse theory. Nope. What are we going for? 9 months, and you're in of you nurturing my trading. Officially your baby now. Set this end of day to be in the closing stream. I'm likely not going to be around the next couple of weeks. I'm getting hitched Jan 6. Congrats, man. Hope you all have a great holidays. You too, Tankerific. I'll see you around, bro. Have a happy holidays. $47.68. That wasn't on the radar. An IWM down into close. Ding ding. That was a surprise. That's $6 more than I expected. SPX is only cash settled if you're in the money. Bro, look at it go. Are we going full ham on ES? Nice. It's okay, I stopped it. All right. Well, another day of grinding up 40 to 50 bips. Right up against the hedge. Fun. Broad commodities moved up again. Despite the yuan moving down, maybe we're going to start see some positivity in Chinese stocks. They have 2 rate decisions tonight. Either one of those, if caught, could make a difference in the outlook for their economy going into tomorrow, and Chinese businesses like Baidu and Baba and stuff like that. Oops. What did I do? I don't want that. Okay. Dixie down 35 BPS today against the euro and the pound, both of which are up. USD JPY up as well. So yen falling against the dollar, euro and the pound rising against the dollar. Yuan rising against the dollar. Yields pretty flat. 5 years up 20 BPS, 2 years down 20, but everything else is pretty flat. Not a lot going on there. Core 1 and 3 month moved up pretty hard today. Continued their reversal from yesterday. I think that's something that we're seeing in the increased forward volatility, where we're seeing that like 90-day vol tick up. So that's still going on, but yeah, we're starting to see increased volatility in indexes, at least realized volatility. Not a lot done with the carry trade today since last night's decision. Pretty fucking stagnant, actually. Probably waiting till maybe the Jan Fed meeting before we see any big movements there. Move, I don't know, that's not updated yet. Skew dropped more today. And it looks like we're continuing to see a turnaround in vol shorting there. So it's possible we're seeing some de-risking. I know Vega, like dealer Vega exposure dropped on both SPX and SPXW yesterday. and a little bit on Monday as well. So, or a little bit on Friday as well. So we're probably going to continue to see Vega exposure pulled back. Anything fun with GME? GME closed the day down like 1%. Still pretty liquid. Doesn't look like there's a lot of covering going on. Um, Upstart earlier today moved into kind of the top range of its distance, like that 15% distance from Gamma Max. Pulled back a little bit into the end of the day. That might keep happening as long as the market keeps bumping, where Gamma Max inches up and then it kind of smacks into that wall and fails again. Fubo closed the day above 350, which is moderately significant. Although, even though Russell pushed up almost 200 basis points today, Fubo kind of wildly underperformed that. I would have expected to see more with a big push on Russell. Still kind of in between being liquid and illiquid, so hard to say what's going to happen here. Although the close above 350 is moderately bullish. Zero covering on top. Actually shorted it a little bit harder today. Beyond actually saw a little bit of shorting today, like actual shorting. Still managed to close above $10, which is awesome. But I think after this morning's covering, we saw a little bit of shorting and a drop in liquidity there, which was pretty obvious. Today I think only had around 400,000 FTDs, so not a ton. Liquidity pretty flat, and actually maybe a little bit of covering there into the end of the day. But they'll probably short again tomorrow. I think tomorrow's got a fairly similar amount of ETF FTDs. I've got to check, or it ticks up tomorrow. Hold on, let me look at Carl's thing here. Give me 1 second. So tomorrow, the 20th. We got like nine. Actually, yeah, tomorrow's got a lot of fails. 754,000. Oh, those are on the 21st. Oh, so there's like 1.5 million on the 21st. Which, I mean, none tomorrow. It's probably a holiday, so maybe no FTDs tomorrow on Beyond. What do you think we could get a pullback to 4,500? That's kind of the bottom of the market maker's hedge. So if the market maker's hedge collapses right now and they start selling off their call side hedge, they kind of balance out their positioning at 4,500. How musty could tomorrow be? Tomorrow could be a lot of the same. There is a 20-year auction tomorrow. However, it's pretty small. So I feel like even if it prints a fat tail, it's not going to have like a significant effect. There's also some home sales data tomorrow, which maybe if both are really bad, we could see an uptick in vol. And then I think that's about it. RSP was up about 84 BPS today. So a little bit of breadth supporting the upside, and that's largely we're seeing, NASDAQ underperform here. Dow and Russell overperforming, so maybe still a little bit of sector shift and more pump in the on the breadth than there is in mega cap tech. And then how did oil do today? Up 200 basis points. Yeah, the shutdown of shipping through the Suez canals can affect oil prices pretty dramatically. And we may still be realizing that increased cost per barrel. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.